welcome to round 5, would you believe? 5 rounds in of this lockdown eRacing Grand Prix Southeast Asia Global Edition. We planned 6 rounds, hoping that we'd all be out of lockdown by then in Malaysia. That is not going to be the case. Our lockdown continues to May the 12th. But rest assured, we are going to be on your screens, on Twitch, on Facebook, and we can catch up on Twitter and on YouTube. And some of the broadcasters as well will be taking this global edition. Alex Young is the architect of what's been going on. And Alex, 5 rounds in, and the lockdown is going to continue to May the 12th.
Yeah, so we'll just have to keep doing more and more races. We've been having a really good response from people. You know, we started the Philippines edition this week, and of course Causeways tomorrow. So yeah, we'll just keep on doing more racing. It's great to have people joining the sport. A lot of real life drivers as well.
Okay, what we're going to do today, we've got a number of races for. We've got 7 in total, as well as a series of qualification. Later on, we've got the pro guys. Now, we've got the amateur guys, and they are in 5 rounds in as well. Gilbert Ang made a real move towards the top of the title last week. Sim K-Wern is the man who is in charge. But let's show you just a little bit about what the GT4 drivers are all about. These are the best of the highlights of last week's race that we brought to you, and then we'll get into today's racing. A very warm welcome to eRacing GP Southeast Asia. This is the global edition, round 4. We've got the amateurs a bit later on. We've got the GT3 racers. Our focus just for now, though, is going to be on the GT4 guys. And Sim K-Wern is the man who is leading the pack after 3 rounds out of 4. And Sim K-Wern, Alex Young, is probably still the man to beat.
Yeah, he's got a big championship lead at the moment. But what we saw in the last round was the rise of Gilbert Ang. He won both races, and he's right up there. Okay, there's still a big gap to the leader, but don't forget, you have to drop one race points, your lowest scoring round. So that could really put Gilbert into play later on.
Indeed, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. We had the qualification fastest by quite some distance. Gilbert Ang. The red lights are on. Ang K-Wern on P1 and 2. Sheng Guan on 3. Chio got himself up into P4. Third row the gate, Jay Chong and Tagulo. We are underway, breaking out from behind. Sheng Guan has made a terrific start. He's got around the outside of Sim K-Wern, and K-Wern's had a poor start. Gilbert Ang is off very, very nicely. Chong has got himself temporarily up into second place. Chio's now second. Chong into third, but a disastrous start for the pole sitter. What happened to Sim K-Wern? It is a 15-minute race, though, so there is plenty of time to try to make sure that you can recover from an instant, but not if Gilbert Ang is setting the pace as he is. We're on board here now with Akina Teo. He's another of the BMWs. BMWs 1 through 9. The best of the non-BMWs is the Tua, the Vietnamese racer in P10. But Gilbert Ang, as he's 6,000 revs, slams the brakes on. Comes out down this right-hand side. Akina Teo, who hasn't really impressed so far, or had a chance to impress so far. He is here at the moment. I do apologise. Akina picked up a podium place in the last race in Dubai. So Akina is also a man running into a little bit of form. They come round corner number 14 for the very first time. Quick first lap. Gilbert Ang, he was on pole and he leads through the end of lap 1. Akina Teo, Jay Chong and Graham from Malaysia.
Yes, let's look at this midfield battle. Sev Tagula looks like he's been in the walls. A few of these cars look like they've been in the walls already, obviously from that first lap. But behind Sev is Kai-Wern. So Kai-Wern's made a few positions, and he's coming into this midfield battle.
Kai-Wern currently in P14. Tagulo in 13. He's the man we're on board with just at the moment. Right behind him is Sim K-Wern. There is Tagulo. Let's come a little bit further forward. This is the battle for Sharizan Hassan, who's another who's been consistent in the championship. No podium places for him, but he's P3. Big problem there for Wei Xiong, who's going down. One mistake can cost you 5, 6 places so easily. Big battle here. Yevon David has a big move. Currently in P5, the Sri Lankan. Aggressive driving there on the back of Shahir Hair. We are approaching 8.5 minutes to go, and Gilbert Ang has got himself quite a healthy lead here. A minute and a half clear of Akina Tio, and he himself is a further 2 seconds, a second and a half clear of Akina Tio. He himself is 2 seconds clear of Jay Cheong. A lot of racing going on further down the field. Garrido, has he got himself ahead of Russell? Not quite. Can't get himself alongside. Debutant James Russell does manage to hold on, but Garrido maybe got the inside line. The answer is no. Russell holds on and then uses the full width of the circuit, but the slipstream favors Garrido. He might have a look on the outside. Russell defends. Garrido comes, tries to go on the inside. This is corner number 1. Russell again defends well. Garrido gets through on the inside. Camel Ralph is also there as well. This is the battle for P8. Joaquim Garrido and James Russell going nose to nose, and Russell is holding on. Terrific driving by the debutant.
Oh, down.
And then he loses it. Oh, and then Garrido loses it, and Russell can hold on. Really has been a sensational performance from Gilbert Ang. Back-to-back weekends now. Akina Tio tried to stay close to him. In the early stages, Gilbert was under a certain amount of pressure, but Alex Young, Gilbert has really come on strong in this GT4 series. Last weekend we thought, hey, he did well. This weekend it proves he's not a flash in the pan.
Absolutely, and don't forget that last weekend they were in the touring cars, so when he was in GT4 cars in round 2, we saw he was struggling a bit, so there was a question mark about whether he could bring that form to the GT4 cars, but I think he's proven quite clearly that he has.
On to the final corner. It has been almost a victory circuit for Gilbert Ang in splendid isolation. He crosses the line in first place. Akina Tio takes his best position in second place, and Jay Chong gets onto the podium. Great result for Jay Chong. Behind them, young Shakir will be in P4, and a debut performance in P5 as well. But this story, Alex Young, is all about the man in orange. The man in orange, he says go, and Gilbert Ang, back-to-back big weekends. James Russell on the first row of the grid alongside Henry Coe. Russell in the orange. Henry Coe gets off to a decent start. Behind him there's a lot of big movement, but it's Henry Coe. Singaporean has made a flying star. Russell just tucks in beside him. Couple of drivers at the back hit the wall, and look at that. Simke Wern has made a half decent start, has got himself up into P8 or maybe P9, but it's Henry Coe who's got off to a blistering start, Alex Young.
Yes, and absolutely right behind him. Who is that? That's Wei Seong in third position. John Flynn is there. They're all lining up behind the second to third position car. So Wei Seong is going to try and make another move on Detroit as they come out of turn 6, 5, and 6. Coming for turn 7. This is the way he overtook earlier on, and he does. He goes down the inside. He's not close enough. Decides to pull out of the move, and now he's got, whoa, a spin by the Lotus.
Dutoit really had too much pressure on him there. Looked like he got it right, and then he spun the back end around. That means Henry Coe is in isolation, but the race is getting closer. Look at this. Simke Wern goes on the inside. Simke Wern, he's bullied his way through into P2, and the championship leader has come from the middle of the pack and has got himself now with Henry Coe in his sights. Wei Seong in P3, and Johnny Flynn is making a move as well. Remember, at one stage, the difference between these guys was over 4.5 seconds. Simke Wern, it's down to 0.045 a second now, as Henry Coe has to be aware of Simke Wern right on his back tail. They come round now. Corner number 14. Slingshot through into the home straight. Simke Wern right on the tail of Henry Coe. This is a race that is going on over the last couple of laps. Meantime, Johnny Flynn and Garrido going nose to nose for the battle for P3. Terrific racing, Alex Young.
Yes, he didn't quite make the move. Garrido holds on to third position, but this is the battle right now. K1 has closed the gap. He did not get a good exit out of the last corner. Had a small moment at the apex. Didn't use all the road. So that's why Henry has pulled out a bit of a gap. But this is the part, the second sector of the track, the middle sector, is where the Porsche of K1 seems to be a bit stronger.
K1 once again has a look around the outside. Where is he getting this speed from, and where is his best overtaking opportunity, Alex Young?
Well, normally here, he's had a couple looks here. He's third time lucky. Will he make it happen? Yes, I think he's got it done. Now he's got to be careful through turn 10. 2 laps ago, he had a moment through here and lost the lead again. This time, he gets it done.
This time, Sim K1 makes it through to P1. Henry Coe battles back, but Henry Coe now has to be aware that he is under pressure for his place in P2. So Henry Coe has done brilliantly to hold on to the back of Sim K1 and hold off Joaquim Garrido. Flynn is pressurizing Garrido, and Ang has got closer and closer and closer. But at the end, it's going to be the championship leader, Sim K1, who picks up maximum points. Sim K1 takes P1. Great effort from Coe to take 2. Garrido holds on for 3 ahead of Flynn and Ang. That was some race. So Sim K1 redeemed himself just about after a dreadful first race. Okay, so that was me last week, and that was Alex last week. You can tell we're now live because he's wearing, it's that way, isn't it? He's wearing the white shirt. Hello, welcome back to the global edition of eRacing GP. Just a little example there of the kind of excitement that you can get into a race. Now, got to give you a lot of kudos here, Alex. You're putting these highlights together. Your editing skills have come on, and that was a good example of Sim K1 and Gilbert Ang. They're the 2 real contenders for this title.
Yeah, I mean, Kai1 has quite a big advantage at the moment, but you know, when you're taking the drop points, I think they're going to be very close. So this is a very important round. Both Gilbert and Kai1 know Sepang really well, so they should be right on top of things. However, there is a bit of unknown. Sepang is very heavy on tire wear, and when the guys were practicing yesterday, they were telling us that the tires were, by the end of 15 minutes, they were almost finished. They were finished. So drivers are going to have to be very careful in the beginning stages. We could see quite a few incidents in this race, actually.
Okay, let's. What we'll enjoy doing over the last couple of weeks is going behind the scenes to introduce you to some of the guys who are based in their living rooms or in their bedrooms as they're doing these international drives. So we took the opportunity to ask Gilbert to tell us just a little bit about himself. This is Gilbert Ang.
Hi, I'm Gilbert Ang. I'm 24 years old. I'm a Malaysia racing driver. I race a lot in touring cars. The last championship I did was TCR Malaysia, where I finished 3rd in the championship. And since the lockdown, I've been racing a lot in sim racing. I just started 3 weeks ago in ERGP, and I'm enjoying it so far. So catch us live at 1:30 today.
Dead right, Gilbert, doing the Catch Us Live. He looked to be enjoying a little bit of time outside in the sunshine. We are in the dark and dingy dungeons where we do the commentaries from. But we've got practice open for the GT4 races. And Sim K1, we're just waiting for him to get out on the circuit at the moment. Do you see anyone really threatening those front 2, Alex?
Well, Gilbert Ang's just set the fastest lap of the practice so far, a 14.1. New guy is in second place, Harris. Harris is a new driver. He's actually a very well-known sim driver. We'll just go to him now. He's only a 10th behind Gilbert, and just to make it confusing, he's running an orange and blue car, which is the same as Yevan David from Sri Lanka, who you can just see coming around the last corner in the background now. So he'll be right up there, I feel. Shaimi is really looking very good. He's quite experienced. I know he hasn't simmed in a while, so he was spending a lot of work getting all the hardware together this last week. So he's here driving now, and I think he'll be a threat. Who else? The guy 3rd in championships, Sharizan Hassan. He's been very consistent, but he hasn't quite had front running pace. He can just find a bit more time, he could challenge too.
We've got a couple of more experienced players, drivers, the likes of Johnny Flynn, who he's often there competing for a podium slot without really being able to make a mark on the overall championship standing. He is 5th overall, but only on 57 points from his 4 rounds. Yeah,
and he was working last night, well, yesterday evening. Some of us still have day jobs apparently. So he wasn't unable to practice. So this practice session right now is very important because he needs to get a handle on the tire wear. Drivers are really talking about that. And they need to make sure that they don't push too hard too soon, because for sure the last 2 or 3 laps you're going to see tire wears down to 0 practically.
We do call it the Global Edition for good reason. You've got Antar coming in from Bangladesh. Antar came into the series last weekend. How did you rate his performance on his debut?
He was reasonably quick, actually. He was at the front of the midfield, but he wasn't consistent enough. He was up and down too much. He got involved in some scraps. I think we had to give him a penalty for something when he hit someone. So he'll need to calm down a bit. I know Antar does a lot of GT Sport, so he's not so clued in yet on Race Room yet.
Also, Yevon David, who you mentioned very, very briefly, he's racing out of Singapore today. We did have him down as Sri Lankan. What's his true background?
Well, yes, he is from Sri Lanka. Lovely family. He got some really nice big family. Got some brothers and sisters. Lovely parents as well. And he is Sri Lankan, but he's grown up and he's been based in Singapore for I think most of his life now. So you could almost say he's dual citizenship by this point.
Of course, the Filipino challenge, Joaquim Garrido will be one of the many looking to make an impact. We had Chris Vasaratna from Thailand as well in previous weeks. But the Filipinos, they've got their own individual championship ongoing. Bless you, hope you're okay. I do hope you're okay in the current circumstances. But Joaquim Garrido at the moment is the fastest of the Filipinos. We've got Sep Tagulo and the debutant Zuriel Somodobilla. But these guys, they started their own championship series yesterday on eRacing GP.
Yeah, and Garrido was right in the action, wasn't he? He had quite a bit of incidents. I really enjoyed the Philippines edition from yesterday. We had some really good racing. A lot of clean racing as well. I was expecting a few more incidents. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. We're going to have the Causeway edition tomorrow, which will be for Singaporeans and Malaysians, which will be great fun as well. Slightly different cars. We don't want to always be in GT3 or GT4 cars, and that's the beauty of Race Room. We can change to different cars as we go along. So yesterday we were in the CR1, and in Causeway tomorrow we'll be in the Formula 4 car, the Tatus Formula 4 car, which is quite an enjoyable car to drive. And to even add to that, for the Causeway edition, we're only racing on tracks which are fast and flowing. So it really brings it, makes it more enjoyable for the Tatus, although maybe you won't get so many overtaking opportunities.
Just a quick look at Regal de Trois. I was going to go to him, but the Vietnamese has now in his third attempt on picking up some points. Debutants today, we've got Zarif Haziq Johari, who's just going out. Young Malaysian, again joining the eRacing series. He's making his debut. He's coming in at a difficult time because those who've been in the series for 4 weeks already have got a real insight on how these cars work.
Yeah, that's true. It's the same with motorsport championships around the world. Whenever you come in halfway through, it is a bit tricky. Everyone's in their rhythm by that point. But Zarif's not bad in the leaderboard. But you know, he'll live and learn, and he'll get better, and maybe come back and join the next series as well and start strongly.
This is a practice. We've got inside a minute for the guys to really have a look at practice, and then we go to a qualification zone, and then that leads to a race number 1. Second qualification, and then race number that's round 1. Then there's a reverse grid, which can cause an awful lot of mayhem when it comes to, I see somebody's hit a bollard or two there. The sim showing that Zarif had to avoid a bollard. Another debutant that we've got out on the circuit right behind him is Ryan Keith.
Yeah, Ryan Keith from Singapore. He's actually a very good karter. Known, one of the real life drivers, I suppose. Relatively new to Sims, but doing a really good job so far.
As he just goes on up the hill. We're at the Sepang circuit, which is a circuit that you must have been around thousands and thousands of times in your career. It's a deceptively difficult circuit, as we're seeing exactly there.
I think they have a bit of fun before qualifying. You're reset now for qualifying. Yes, it is. Actually, this corner where we're at, turn 11, that's the highest part of the track. There is some gradient. And we'll take you around for a lap. Why don't you choose a car?
Well, who's out at the moment? So Harris is out at the moment.
Let's follow him, shall we?
Yeah, Harris Zeffrey on debut. Let's see how he can go around Sepang alongside Alex Young.
Yeah, so he's coming to the last corner, goes nice and wide to make sure he gets a good exit, gets the car nice and straight on the exit, gets the traction down. Don't forget these cars have got ABS and traction control, but you don't really want to be hitting too much ABS, otherwise you're slowing the speed out of the corner. Now this long straight, over 1 kilometer long, before braking for turn 1, brake at the 100-meter board, just before the 100-meter board. See, he's taking a dive in, he's making it 2 apexes. He apexes once, runs a bit wide, and then comes back for a second apex just there. nice and to the right, and then get over to the left for turn 2. Turn 2 is the slowest part of the track, and as you can see, it goes steeply downhill through turn 3. Easy flat in the dry, not so easy flat in the wet turn 3. Can be a bit scary actually. And then another straight before braking for turn 4. Turn 4 is quite simple. It's a 90-degree right. Fairly simple, but you can make a mistake. A lot of bumps under braking for that corner on turning. Now, short straight for turns 5 and 6, one of the fastest corners on this track. All about carrying speed. You've got to hug the apex for turn 5 to make sure you set yourself up nicely for turn 6. You can use the curbs through both corners. Surprise, Harris is not using all the curbs at the moment. Short straight, then turn 7 and 8. A double right-hander, 2 apexes, 1 there, and you need to be flat through the second one here if you want to be fast. I think he did that just right, using a bit of extra road at the exit. Bit of a straight here before turn 9. Turn 9 is always good overtaking opportunities here. It's a very, very tight hairpin. Slower, second slowest corner of the track, before then bleeds into turn 10. Easy flat for turn 10. Short straight for turn 11. Turn 11 is very tricky to get the braking foot right and the turning point because there are no markers there. And always have a bit of understeer through that corner. Now short straight for turn 12. Turn 12 is fast. Just a lift. No brake. Yes, no brake. Well done. Shiny. Nicely done. Oh, I hope he didn't use too much road. Otherwise the track, that lap time will be invalidated. Turn 13, turn 14 here. Yes, the lap was invalidated, I think. I'm not sure. He slows down, but he exits anyway. I think he's going to try and complete the lap. There is enough time to complete this lap. A bit more time in GT4. Now down this back straight, over a kilometer long, before the last corner coming up. Brake at the 150, 130 meter mark. Yes, he's setting himself up for a lap. I think that lap was invalidated. I'd be very surprised if this lap comes up. But he was purple in sectors 1 and 2. I think he just fell afoul of track limits through turn 12. I'm not sure if this lap will be red. 2:15.3. Yeah, it's not valid. So the quickest at the moment, Yevan David, we were just talking about him, the Sri Lankan Singaporean, is just on a 14.4.
Confusingly in the same colours as well. Nasri Aslan has also just gone pretty quick as well. He's of 2:14.383. What kind of time are you expecting the GT4s to get into? Anything inside 2:13.5? Are they expected to get that fast?
Well, I'll tell you in a second. On the leaderboard yesterday, on the week, they did... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one here. Hold on a sec. Give me a sec. 13s. They should be in the 13s. So there's a bit more time to come for sure.
4.5 minutes left in qualification. Let's have a look at the championship leader, Sim K1. Lovely vehicle that he selects as well. Easy to pick out on the circuit, on the Porsche. It is a beautiful looking car. And he's had a really, really good series. But he took until the second race last week to pick up his first victory. Had 3 second places prior to that. First victory came, though, in the last race that we had here on GP Global Edition. And
just to be a bit different, he's in a Porsche. Pretty much the entire field are in BMWs. It seems to be a bit better car to drive. Or more consistent car to drive, shall we say. But Kai weren't able to make the Porsche work. He's one of 2, and he's just gone purple in Sector 1. So he's looking quite good at the moment. Let's see if he can keep it nice and clean through 5 and 6. Yes, nicely over to the right. Left for 6. Sounds like he has a hesitation on the throttle. Yeah, no, he's going to restart. Did not get 6 nailed, so that would have cost him at least 3 or 4 tenths. So he decides to restart the lap and see what he can do now. I'm just going to go to the full screen so we can see it a bit better. This is Kai Wern starting his flying lap. Nice and wide. See how wide they are to try and get a good run onto the start-finish straight. Make the car nice and straight. I love this shot also because we can also see the brake lights, so we can tell when the driver hits the brake at which points. Now this long straight, see the grandstand on the left, the pits on the right. Brake just after the 150 board. Whoa, at the 100 meter board, that's very late in a GT4 car. Can he get to the apex? Yes, he doesn't run wide. Nicely done, using plenty of curb. Nice and aggressive, over on the curb. Gets on the throttle, nice clean get on the throttle. Didn't use all the road at the exit. I'm a little bit surprised there. Pinched the exit a bit. So that would have cost him some time onto this long straight. But let's see if he can find some speed here. Fastest so far, Harris has just done a 14.0, so the times are getting quicker. Kai Wen's best so far though, a 14.4. Now approaching the end of Sector 1. Let's see if he can go purple for this first sector. Bumper cam, changes down. Oh, he's got to get to the apex. He just about gets to the apex. Not as clean as he would have liked. but better through 6, able to get on the throttle a lot earlier. So that looks good. Now 7 and 8, carry the speed through 7. Then you want to get on the throttle here, and he sounds like he's nice and flat through turn 8. That's good. Up to 4th gear, up to 5th gear. Brake at the 100 for turn 9. Makes the apex. Nice and early on the throttle. That looks good so far. Through turn 10. Turn 11 now. Very tricky corner to get right. Championship leader. Purple in the 2nd sector. So that's looking quite good. Maybe this lap might be good enough for pole. Doesn't use all the road at 11. Tends to pinch his corners a bit on the exit, as we've seen. Not using all the road at 12 as well there. So there's a bit of time. He is leaving a bit of time on the table here. This is a very important corner. You have to get on the power early, and he does. No hesitation on the exit there. That's really good because it sets you up for this long back straight. A lot of lap time here to get a good exit if you want to get a good exit out turn 14. Now long back straight, braking for the last corner now. Let's see, one more corner to go. See if you can nail it. You do edge the car towards the apex a bit when you brake here. On the curb. Sounds like he's got a good exit. Again, he's pinching the exit a bit. Not using all the road. Straight line to the exit. This might be good enough for the front row. Pole position. Well done.
Pole position. Terrific circuit there. Haris Zephy has been pushed into P2. We are on board there with Haris Zephy as he goes through. Tries to get in a flying lap, but there's only 39 seconds left in pole. So Sim K1 is the man in control. Harris will be on the front row alongside him. A little bit further down, Nasri in P3. Yevon David will be in P4. 25 seconds left for qualifying. There it is. Sim K1, Haris Zephy, Nasri Aslan, Yevon David are the first 2 rows of the grid. Gilbert Ang, we didn't really spend a lot of time with Gilbert, who's had terrific back-to-back weekends, currently P5, and a great performance also from James Russell of Malaysia. Malaysia absolutely dominating Alex Young. 5 of the first 6 positions on the grid.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Gilbert Ang's made it very difficult for himself. He did what time did he do? He did a 14.7, which is way off what I know he can do it. And on his last time lap, he must have had a track limits violation because it was invalidated. And that's going to cost him. You know, if he wants to fight for the championship, he's got to try keep picking up those race wins.
Well, Gilbert Ang won 3 of the previous 4 races. He picked up a 5th place in the reverse grid race in round 4. But the bad news for Gilbert is he can't afford to have a bad weekend because he didn't compete in round 1. So he can't. The round he's going to throw away is automatically going to be round 1. He cannot afford a bad weekend. Whereas Sim K1, well, he really can because he's had decent rounds right the way through 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
See us there. I think actually we won't use this cam. We'll go straight to the full screen, shall we?
We're all just about set. Race number 1 of eRacing GP. Alex Young alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box. Sim K1 is the man on pole position. Alongside him is Haris Zephy. Sim K1 gets off to a decent start. He's the man in the blue away to the left-hand side. A lovely, solid start from Sim K1. As we look, he looks backwards at the rest of the grid. That is terrific from Sim K1. He leads into corner number 1, whereas behind him, it's all a bit of a bunch, Alex Young.
Wow, who spun? The new driver, Nasri Aslan, spun out there on turn 2. I think someone touched him. Oh, carnage. Complete carnage through turn 2. That's really good for Kaiwan, though. He's got a big lead here. It looks like Haris Zephy is in 2nd position.
It is Haris Zephy in P2. Look at the back, though. John Flynn. He's involved with Nazir Asman and Antar. All of them really involved in that big smash that we had at the back. At the front, though, Sim K1 is the man who is leading the way. And he's already got a 1-second lead over Haris Zephy. Gilbert Ang, credit to Gilbert, he's already got himself up into P3, Alex.
Yeah, I think he was quite fortunate. Somehow he missed the carnage at turn 2, and there was carnage. I think there were a good 8-9 cars involved in that. We'll definitely have to look and see who set that off, or whether it was just a racing incident or not. But this is great for Gilbert. P3 after a disastrous qualifying. He can see the 2 cars in front of him. he's got to fancy his chances to get up there and challenge for the lead.
A little bit further down the field, we've got the debutant Ryan Keith trying to go around the outside. This is a four-man battle for P5. Keith currently in P6. Hao Shengwan is the man in front of him. Seb Tagulo and Akina Tio, who had a second place in race 1 last week. He's in that group as well. Up at the front, though, Sim K-Worm. Wow, this is a powerful first lap. He's already got himself a lead of nearly a second.
Yeah, it's a good exit out of the last corner, second last corner as well. Zeffy there running a bit wide. So these three, I think they're going to come together. You know, the slipstream is quite strong, so the two cars, if they can just get a bit closer, they'll get into the slipstream of Kaiwan and be able to just nudge up towards him.
So coming on, this is Gilbert Ang we're on board with. Sim K-Wern takes it nice and tight, and Sim K-Wern it will be who leads through the end of lap number 1 as they come into the home straight for the first time. Lap time there 2:20.438 from a standing start. That's not too bad, but more importantly, the lead is 1 full second between Sim K-Wern, Haris Zeffy, and another 0.9 of a second down back to Gilbert Ang.
Yeah, and just a little bit further back, Matthew Graven, another driver that's benefited from the carnage in turn 1. He's now up to P4. He's been quick at times. Consistency's still not quite there, so let's see if he can be consistent. I fancy his chances of finishing the top 5. Just behind him, you've got Sheng Yuan, Ryan Keith, you mentioned earlier on, and Seb Tagulo.
Yeah, we are on board looking backwards from Matty Graham, who's 3.5 seconds down on the leader as they come up the hill. This is a great shot to show the gradient. He's managing to keep away from any real pressure, Matty Graham. He's driven pretty well so far. I'm just looking down. He's had a number of DNFs. Best result he's had is a 9th place finish in round number 3. But this, so far, his best drive of the season.
Yeah, nicely done. And he's actually pulling away as well. So good job by Graham. As he might even get onto the back of the top 3. This is quite a good first sector he's done. He's looking quite good. But back at the front, Des, I was just looking at that. I think it's getting quite close. Yeah, look at that. Haris Zeffy is getting very close to Kaiwan in the front. New driver in the orange and blue livery. He's actually, like I said, he's actually quite experienced as far as sim racing goes. But he hasn't been doing it for a while, so this is his first entry back into the sport, and it's doing very good indeed.
He's really putting pressure on. We're here on with Sim Kai-Wern, and you can see the pressure he's on there, and indeed going through the inside is Haris Zeffy. Is he able to hold on as they come into the long back straight? At the moment it's Sim Kai-Wern just able to hold off the pressure of Haris Zeffy, but you called that at the perfect time, Alex. Another move. Sim K-Wern decides to take the inside route and close that gate. Pressure once again from Haris. This is a really good debut from Haris Zeffy.
Yeah, Kaiwan looks a bit tight. Looks like he's pinching. You talked so in qualifying, tends to pinch the corners a bit. He doesn't allow the car to flow and use all the road sometimes. That's my only some more criticism I have of his driving. So that's what's happening right now in this laps, because he had a gap. He has the pace. We know he has the pace to lead at the front, but he's driving a little bit tight at the moment, and it's allowing Zeffy and, of course, Gilbert Ang behind these two cars to catch up.
Yeah, there is Gilbert Ang just a little bit further back in P3. He has lost a little bit of time there, Gilbert Ang, but it is a long race. We've got nearly 10 minutes still to go. They're the front 3 that we're saying. Graham's doing well. Hao Shengwan has pulled away as well. How are we doing? The best of the Filipinos is Seb Tagulo here. He is just ahead of Joaquim Garrido. Ryan Keith has dropped down to P9. Yevon David, the Singapore, or the Sri Lankan based in Singapore, he completes the top 10.
Nicely, Tagulo. We watched him yesterday, didn't we, in the Philippines edition. Here's another driver, had some great racing, really good scraps. He's in P7 now. I think he's 4th in the championship, so he'll want to try and close down this gap. This will be quite useful in championship points, though, because the guy is fighting for 3rd, who's way back, is
Sharizan Hassan.
He's disappeared.
We'll have a look at where Sharizan is. Let's go back to the front, though. Sim K-Wern, he was under intense pressure around this part of the circuit last time, but not quite as close. Haris Zeffy. Sim K-Wern gets the circuit just about right there. We are on board with the race leader, Sim K-Wern. Haris Zeffy That's the shot that they will have. He went on the inside on this corner last time. No way through on this particular occasion. And the man in third place is Gilbert Ang. He can't get close enough either.
Yeah, no, in fact, it looks like it's going out just a bit, isn't it? Great shot from behind Gilbert Ang. This is called on sim racing, they like to call this the chase cam. Some drivers actually drive their cars in the chase cam. A lot of them actually prefer to use the chase cam. I'm a bit old school. I like to be inside the cockpit when I do sim racing.
But there is the differential going over in the lead. It's a little bit elongated now. It's a bit of a procession. What Sim K1 is able to do is get himself 2.5 seconds clear of the man. We're just following there, Gilbert Ang in P3. So he's competing but can't get close enough. A little bit further down, Johnny Flynn has got himself into P21 and is challenging Regal de Troyes, and Johnny Flynn goes past Regal de Troyes. Regal then takes the inside line. These two will battle. This is the dueling way down in P20, so the racing isn't just about the frontmen, Alex. It's about the guys down the field as well.
Yeah, great racing all the way up and down the field. And look at all these damaged cars, missing bumpers and stuff. It's one of the Porsches just up ahead of him is also missing a bumper as well. So that will affect the handling of these cars. There we are, Wei Xiong. It does mimic real life in the simulation. If you do hit someone, you damage the car, it will affect the handling. I know firsthand, suddenly rights and lefts can feel different. You can suddenly feel the loss of grip at the front or the rear axle. So it is tricky at this stage, and you just have to try and survive and get the car to the end. And of course, for the next race, then the car is back to brand new.
This is all damage from that first lap carnage, and we're seeing there Nasri Aslan, who's got himself ahead of Adam Kondrolochis. He's in a damaged vehicle as well. He's trying to get on the back of Nazir Asman, just to confuse things. That's way down the circuit, though. At the front, Sim K1 is still leading and is looking like he's in control of things in there, unless Harris Zephy is able to really close in. Harris went wide there and lost a bit of time there, Harris Zephy, and Gilbert Ang moves into P3. Harris is still there, but there was a mistake there from Harris.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Kaiwan's looking a lot better. Looks like he's maybe loosened up his shoulders a bit and is driving a bit more freer. And now we see Harris Zephy make a mistake. Obviously, he sees that Kaiwan is not such an easy target. It's not easy prey anymore. And obviously, he's pushing a bit too much. And at turn 14, he had a moment. He almost spun, in fact, so it's a good job to keep him on the track. But now he's got to settle down because he has Gilbert Ang in the orange car right behind him.
Certainly does. There is the race leader. The lead now is the biggest that we've had in the whole race so far. Sim K1, having taken 4 rounds to pick up a first victory, is looking good for back-to-back victories, because the man in P3 and P2, well, they are battling with each other, and Harris, having been really close, in fact, temporarily taking the lead on the previous lap, he's now under pressure for his place in P2. These three a long way clear of Matty Graham, who's having a nice, enjoyable ride at Sepang in P4.
Yeah, Matty Graham, he's keeping that P4 nicely. Shengwan and Aquino's moved up as well. Aquino's back up to 6. He managed to overtake Sev Tagulo. So Aquino, he's had some scrappy races this season. It's nice to see him having a relatively clean race in P6.
There is Aquino Tio, if he can get close enough. He's 0.7 of a second ahead of Sev Tagulo and 0.8 of a second down on the man in front of him. So this is Tagulo, who's on the tail of Aquino Tio. This is the battle for P5 really. Hao Shengwan is the man in P5 at the front of this little group of 3. At the front though, with 4.5 minutes to go, Sim K1 is still the man who's making this look very straightforward as he goes down the hill. Gilbert Ang, I think, is closing in and ready to make a move there on Harris Zephy, Alex Young.
Yeah, Gilbert, he'll fancy his chances there. It's less than a second between the two drivers. It's like 2/10. You can visibly see how close Gilbert is now on the boot lid of Harris Zephy. So now down this long straight, didn't really get the exit he wanted. He's not close enough to have a look into the last corner, but he's just got to try and nail this last corner. If he can brake a little bit later, get on the power a bit earlier than his compatriot in front of him. Look, he's going for the wider line. He's going to straighten the car on the exit. No, still not close enough. He's still going to find a bit of time. Gilbert Ang is still struggling to get the lap time that I thought and know that he's capable of.
Nobody has broken 2:13. 2:14, 8:41 is the best time that we've had so far, and that's been set by the race leader Sim K1, who is looking to extend his lead in the overall championship series. A little bit further down, let's just have a look at some Julie. Oh no, let's stick with Gilbert Ang, because he has got close once again.
Yeah, but just a quick Akina Tio is just at the fastest lap of the race, 14.7. So he's obviously showing some good pace at the moment. But like you said, back to that you could see that fight between second and third. Gilbert Ang getting very close. This middle sector, I think, is where his weakness is at the moment. So he's got to try and find a bit of time through 5 and 6, which he's going through now. And then maybe 7 and 8. Yeah, use the curb. These cars are okay on the curb. Use the curb at 6 here if you can as well. Yep, Gilbert's using plenty of curb there. Now get on the throttle. Use all the road to the exit. Oh, a bit too much. He's definitely pushing as he's trying to get to the back of the car in front of him. Oh, too wide there.
Harris Zeffy is the man who is holding off. And, well, we were saying Harris was under pressure from Gilbert Ang. Pressure from Harris onto the back of the race leader, Sim K1. He's pulled back to within a second, but yeah, Sim K1 just takes the right line, accelerates away, and does look really good, does the championship leader. Thought Harris was getting closer. That shot proves me to be a bit of a liar on this particular occasion. 2 minutes to go. Sim K1 leads from Harris Zeffy, Gilbert Ang in P3, Graham 4. Tagulo leads Joaquim Garrido in the best of the Filipino battle. There's Tagulo in P5. Going through in the shot now is Garrido, who's under pressure from Hao Shengguan. So Hao has lost a couple of places very, very quickly.
Yep, certainly it has. This race has suddenly got a bit spread out. I think that first lap incident has meant that you can see the big gap behind these front three. That first lap incident just meant that a lot of cars were damaged and gone to the back of the field at the moment. So very spread out at the moment. Will these three close up a bit? There's only one more lap to go, Des. So I think Kai Wen has got it in the bag.
Yeah, it's going to take a mistake from Sim K1, and there haven't been too many of them. Let's go a little bit further down, see if Calvin Hart is able to hold off Nasri Asman and Nazir Asman. This is Calvin. He's under a little bit of pressure. This is the lower placings down in P12. Right the way down to Zuriel Sumodabila. You can pick up points there. There is the debutant Zuriel. Currently, he's under pressure from James Russell, who had a good qualification but looks like missing out on the points. They are the guys down in 15 and 16. Back with the race leaders, though. Sim K1 doesn't look like he's going to make any mistakes here, Alex.
No, he's looking very good. Driving superbly now. After being a little bit tight earlier on, he's really driving well now. And just keeping it all hooked up. Through 5 and 6, yeah, running a bit wide, but nah, it's fine. It's a good place for the track to be.
That's the problem for Gilbert Ang. He's got to get in front of Harris and Sim K1, and that is a lot easier said than done as they go out into the countryside. I think this is into turn 7 and 8 pretty quick. Harris, once again, he occasionally gives you a bit of belief that he can get onto the rear end of Sim K1, and then suddenly K1 pulls clear once again.
Yes. I think for Gilbert, who's in P3 right now, I think he'll be thinking about the reverse grid race. You know, Kai Wen has got this race in the bag now with half a lap to go. And now we go to the reverse grid race after this. So Gilbert has to be thinking that, you know, I've got to try and win that race to try and put more pressure back on Kai Wen.
Kai Wen it is, though. It's almost a victory lap here. It's nearly a full second clear of Harris Zeffy, who's put in a really good debut performance. As they come into corner number 14, they've got the 2 long straights to go. You really need to be in the slipstream if you're going to make any kind of an impact there. And as that shot shows, Harris Zeffy is not close enough to Sim K1 to have any chance of making it.
Yeah. Last corner now. Whoa! Zeffy diving down the inside, but he's too far back, isn't he?
Well, we're on board Gilbert Ang there. Yeah. Sorry about that. Wrong camera, but it's Sim K1 who takes the victory. Back-to-back victories for the Malaysian. Second place to Harris Zeffy. Terrific debut from the Malaysian. And Gilbert Ang gets a podium to make it 4 podiums in 5 races so far but the victory goes to Sim K1. Matty Graham through in P4. Tagulo's got himself in P5. Hao Shengguan has overtaken Joaquim Garrido on the last lap for 6. Akina Tio in P8 holds off debutant Ryan Keith, and Yevon David has got himself into the top 10. The last of the point scorers. Let's see if Zuriel's able to get there. Zuriel under pressure from James Russell, just able to hold on for P15 on debut. But there, Alex Young is our comprehensive victor.
Yes, well done. Very, very good result. Kaiwan, you know, he's been leading the championship all the way, but he's been, you know, we've seen the last 2 rounds really coming under pressure from Gilbert. And this was a champion's drive, wasn't it? Because sometimes you're never going to have it your own way, and he just drove superbly to win.
Aquino Chio with the fastest lap, but Sim Kai-wen with the victory ahead of Zephy. Ang on the podium. Mickey Graham, best result of the season for Graham. Malaysia 1 through 4. Tagulo for Philippines in 5. Joaquim Garrido beaten by Hao Shengguan, and Aquino Chio is there. So straight on to the reverse grid race, and that's a great job done there by Sim Kai-wen. And he can afford to relax just a little bit, Alex, because he's done the hard work. Even if he has a nightmare, he's only going to lose a few points onto Gilbert Ang.
Yeah, but he can't afford to be more than, say, 4 or 5 positions behind Gilbert, I feel. If he can just shadow Gilbert or even get in front of Gilbert, that would be completely mission done. But yes, if he's a couple positions behind, I think he'll be happy with that as well. The most important thing, though, is not to get caught up in any carnage in the first couple corners and end up at the back, because then that really will hurt his championship chances.
So, reverse grid. Rigal Detroit and Antar will be on row number 1. Kondralochis and Zarif Hazik on debut. Row number 2. Singapore's Johnny Flynn alongside Wei Xiong on 3. We are underway. Rigal Detroit, left of screen in the white livery, has made a nice solid start. As to be fair, has Antar from Bangladesh, and it'll be Rigal Detroit, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Singapore. And then the contact kicks in. James Russell moves up into P2 and then loses the back end. Russell immediately drops 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 places, Russell.
Oh, there we go again. Turn 2. Oh, wow, these drivers are just going. Russell with a dive bomb down the inside. He made the apex though, but all his good work was undone because I think he had a tap from someone through turn 1, and that's put him right to the back again.
We are on the back here from Wei Xiong, and you can just see what the traffic is like ahead of him. He's got Ryan Keith-O. Garrido tries to go through the inside. Meantime, Rigal Detroit has got himself a near 2-second advantage inside half a lap ahead of Zarif Hazik and Nazir Azman. While everything was going on behind Rigal Detroit, he's been able to take advantage.
Yes, great drive. The Vietnamese-based driver obviously doing very well. Yeah, well, good lead. Another good guy, Gilbert Ang, has had a great start. Took advantage of the mess at turn 1 and 2. He's up to P7.
There is Gilbert Ang in P7 and kept out of danger. It's Matty Graham, Yevon David ahead of them. Yeah, it's Matty Graham who goes wide. Matty in a P4, tries to get himself back onto the track, but can't get the better of Gilbert, who is now up into P6. Harris Zephy, who had a really good race in race number 1. He's got himself up into P11. Dueling with Joaquim Garrido. Who's that sliding away? Hao Shengguan slides out of contention as we stay on board with Harris. Harris takes Garrido through with him. Sim Kai-wen in the little group, not so far behind them. Sim Kai-wen, remember, started right at the very back, has got himself up into P14, and that's the traffic ahead of Sim Kai-wen.
Yeah, so Kai-wen's not had the first lap he wanted to have. His competitors are all quite a bit further up ahead. He's got enough time though. It's 12 and a half minutes to go. There is enough time. He must not panic. If he can get into the top 6, top 5, he'll be very happy with that.
As they come round the hairpin corner into the home straight, Rigal Detroit is the man who has got the lead, and the lead is actually diminishing. You look there at Zarif Hazik getting closer. Rigal Detroit stays a nice line. Zarif tried to go on the inside. Rigal now finds himself under pressure. It was at one stage a lead of 1.9 seconds. It's down to 0.3 of a second now, Alex.
Yeah, he's going to be coming under serious pressure now. Turn 4 is an overtaking opportunity, but I'm not sure. Oh, he's in this. I don't think he's close enough. It would be quite a serious risk to try going down the inside at this point. But yes, he's a lot quicker actually, and I think Dutoit is going to come under big pressure in T9 of this lap.
Let's stay on the back of Zarif Hazik as he tries to look through into the countryside now. Zarif really has got closer. Regal Dutoit, the one Vietnamese that we've got competing in this championship series, they come under the grandstand near the KLIA International Airport and then into the very quick corners. A mistake there though from Zarif.
Yeah, Zarif, that really cost him. You really need to be good through that corner to have a chance of outbraking Dutoit into T9, and now he's under big pressure. Is Yevan David having a look on the inside? Yes, oh, that's close. Not quite able to do it. The young Sri Lankan, 13 years old, needs to try and find a way through as well. Down the inside, yeah, there you go. Oh, that's nicely done. Makes the oh, unlucky. Unlucky. That's definitely going to result in a penalty, I think. Johari just getting too aggressive there, lost the position and pushed David out of second position.
What's happened meanwhile though is Gilbert Hang has got himself up into P2. Where did he appear from there? He's got himself ahead of Zarif as we were on the back there of the slip sliding Yevan David. Gilbert Hang has moved through very, very nicely. A P3 in race number 1, and he really is taking it beautifully here in race number 2. Now in position number 2 as they come round this hairpin bend at the end of the lap.
Yeah.
Dutoit is holding the lead. Now then, Zarif has a move. Mickey Graham in P4, Keith in 5, Aslan 6, and Sim K-Wern has quietly moved into P7 as well, Alex Young.
Yeah, so yes, Kaiwan, that's a really good couple laps. We were just talking about he was too far back after lap 1, but he's had a really good last lap to make quite a few overtakes. Obviously, had a couple guys spin in front of him. So this has put him back into the picture. I think Gilbert Ong is going to win this race. He's got too much pace and he's already in the second position. It'll be hard to see anyone beating him at this point. But so Kaiwan really needs to try and get to the top 3 or 4 really to try and minimize the damage to his championship rival.
We are here with Dutoit, who has once again been able to establish a lead. He was under intense pressure, Regal Dutoit, but he's coming out of it quite nicely at the moment. The back end sliding away just a little bit. Not quite the control you'd like as Gilbert uses the full extremities of the circuit. Let's see if Gilbert can get closer to Dutoit. It's just over a second the gap at the moment. Gilbert, you like this driver, Alex. I know you do, because this is the third time we've seen him. He's been in 2 different cars. This is the 3rd different circuit, and he's adapted to the requirements on each occasion.
Yeah, he's actually quite an experienced driver as well. He's been driving, got a good karting pedigree. Like you mentioned in the interview at the top of the show, he's doing touring cars at the moment, racing the TCR Asia and TCR Malaysia, where he finished 3rd last year. So, you know, a driver with a good future. His elder brother, of course, is racing the GT class, which comes on after this. So the whole family there are really much a racing family.
Well, he's got right onto the back bumper now. And Gilbert Ang makes the move, goes on the inside on the grandstand side. Is he able to hold off against Regal Dutoit? Regal desperately tries to brake later. Gilbert Ang tries to take the inside, late braking from Regal Dutoit, who has the drive coming out of the hairpin. They are tail to tail, wheel to wheel. Regal Dutoit tries to hold on. Gilbert Ang has made a move. Excellent defensive driving from Regal Dutoit though, and it looks like he's got the position into corner number 1, Alex. Or does he?
Yeah, Ang switches down to the inside, makes the move textbook style. Perfectly done. Dutoit tries to come back. There's a bit of contact. Okay, so Gilbert has to be careful here. Dutoit looks like he's going to keep on having a bit of contact, and Gilbert does not want that. The last thing the championship, second place in the championship driver wants is to get taken out in a spin.
There's the race behind them. Matty Graham, he's seen the dueling ahead of them, and Graham's been able to get close to these two. Well, they have been dueling, but Gilbert Ang has established himself in the lead ahead of Regal Dutoit, and this is Matty Graham in 3rd. Zarif Hazik currently in 4th. He's not too far behind either, and not too far behind them are these racers. You've got Ryan Keith and Sim K-Wern in 6th, but closing in on the front 3, Alex.
Yeah, He'll be watching this battle. 7 minutes to go. Still plenty of time. He'll fancy his chances getting the top 4. He's just got to be nice and smooth. And you also have to watch out this battle for second position now. Matty Graham going down the inside of Detoire. That looks like there's going to be contact. No contact at the moment. Detoire survives in second position for now.
Well, Detoire in the white. Matty Graham is there. Let's see how close they can get. This is the shot of Detoire. And Matty Graham is very, very close. How far behind is Matty Graham? Detoire is there. Well, that's Ang. That's 1 to 2. Graham makes a move. Can't get close enough.
Look at that. Oh, line astern. All the cars taking use of the slipstream. Ang with a bit of a gap in first position, but they're all lining up behind Detoire. Everyone wants to have a go at the Vietnamese driver.
We have got 5 minutes to go. Move down the inside from Graham. Left the braking too late though, and Regal Detoire once again is able to repel the efforts of Malaysia's Matty Graham. It is still the man, Gilbert Ang, who leads. The lead is 1.8 seconds. You can't see him losing that kind of a lead, but you can see Regal Detoire under intense pressure from Graham and also Zarif Hazik.
Yeah. Oof. They're getting very close now. Kaiwan up to 5th position. Good job by him. A few of the other drivers who were up there have slipped back down the order. Harris Zefi has also gone back outside the top 10. But now we're back with Kaiwan. Here he is looking at the drivers in front in 5th position. Who's ahead of him? Johari's ahead of him, but likely going to get a penalty after we have a look at the review after this. Oh, that's the problem though. That was what I was worried about. You always have to worry about this when you have drivers in front of fighting in front of you. You've got to watch for the accident. Kaiwan managed to get out of that because you have to be very aware that those sort of things can happen right in front of you.
It was Regal Detoire who suffered. What it means though is that Graham's got himself into P2 ahead of Zarif Hazik. Sim Kaiwan has got himself in P3. Sim Kaiwan has a look on the inside. Really competitive there though. Sim Kaiwan in the blue. This is the battle, would you believe, for P2. 5 drivers chasing that P2. Sim Kaiwan goes on the outside and gets himself into P3 temporarily, then loses out to Hazik, and then Sim Kaiwan has got himself into P3, and his eyes now, Alex Younger, on Matty Graham ahead of him.
Yes, they are. Well, I think Kaiwan, he's made that position. Keith there, I thought he was going to try going around the outside of the yellow car in front of him, but decided against it. This bad of a P2 though. It's what we got, 3 more laps remaining. This is going to go all the way to the checkered flag.
So Matty Graham is now 5 seconds adrift of Gilbert Ang. Gilbert Ang, there's the gap as they come down the back straight. Gilbert Ang is looking for his 4th win in 5 races. And Gilbert looking very, very composed. Behind them, though, Matty Graham is going to be under intense pressure. Sim Kaiwan, will he have a go on the inside? Sim Kaiwan does indeed go on the inside and take 2nd place. Sim Kaiwan moves up into 2nd place. And that means real problems for Matty Graham because he's got these 4 cars chasing him for P3 as well.
But Matthew Graham looking at the outside of T1. Kaiwan not close enough. Oh, they're going through turn 1. Not close enough at the moment. I think Kaiwan has got this position made. I'm not sure if Matthew Graham has the pace to come back at him. And now you're right. He's going to have to start looking behind him. Who's behind him? Johari's behind him. Aslan's behind him. Ryan Keefe behind that as well.
3 minutes still to remain. We're seeing here the battle for P2 because Gilbert Ang has got himself nearly a 6-second lead from Sim Kaiwan. But that's not really good news for Gilbert Ang. Of course, winning is great news for him, but the fact Sim Kaiwan is in 2nd place is his biggest problem.
Yeah, look at that gap. Yes, well, so if it finishes like this, Kaiwan will be really happy with this because he'll pull out a bit more of a points advantage over Gilbert. Not much, but a bit. Oh, who's that? That's Aslan looking down the inside of Johari. Going side by side through 7 and 8, that's always not a good idea. This normally always results in conflict. Now down this short straight of T9. Johari not defending the inside. Yes, Aslan looks at the inside. Textbook move. Can he make it? Oh, Johari closed the door, had contact with the apex, and the car behind, I think it was Garrido, had contact with him. And that's it. Yes, he's
Zarif has lost 5-6 places more as Harris Zeffrey goes past him as well. Well, Zarif was competing there for P5, and suddenly he is in the also ran elements. Garrido, very, very close. Garrido makes a move on the inside. Nasri Aslan gets close to Ryan Keith as well. Currently in P5, Joaquim Garrido, the best of the Filipinos. This is Ryan Keith in his sights. Now then, Ryan Keith, he's really under pressure. That is where the front bumper is of Joaquim Garrido. Makes the move. Can he go around the outside of the hairpin? Garrido, he's just got his nose in front, but the drive out is better from Ryan Keith. 1:12 to go. We have got one full lap of dueling still to go. In the meanwhile, oh, can he make a move the second time, Garrido? He has got the inside line. Keith closes the door, just defends well enough. Keith under pressure. Garrido, a second big attempt to make the move. This time, Joaquim Garrido, I think Alex has got through.
Yeah, he is, but now it's a left-hander. Keith makes that move his own, makes the position his own. Fortunate with that. It's quite interesting down the start-finish state. He covered the inside, then he went back to the outside. Peculiar choice there, but he has managed to get it through. Now he's made position 3 his own.
We'll rejoin that race in just a moment. In the meantime, Gilbert Ang is a full 6 seconds clear of Sim K1, who himself is 2.5 seconds clear of Matty Graham. There's your 1, 2, 3. We'll rejoin them a little bit later in the lap. Ryan Keith, currently in the orange livery, is in a 3-way battle for P4 with Joaquim Garrido and Nasri Aslan. We're on the tail here of Nasri Aslan. Garrido makes another move inside Keith. Nasri waiting for any kind of mistake. Garrido through. Nasri through. Nasri makes up 2 places, or does he? So close there. Garrido looks on. Oh, Garrido has got himself up into P4 ahead of Keith. Keith then retakes P4 as they go up the hill. Garrido, they are going 3 abreast on this circuit, Alex.
Oh, and then Keith makes a mistake. And now Garrido's going to look down the inside. Yes! But Keith trying to go around the outside. If he can hang around the outside, he will have the inside for turn 12. And it's very difficult around the outside to turn 12. This should be Keith. No, Garrido hangs it around the outside. What a move. Now he has the inside for turn 13 and 14. But look at this. Aslan's having a look as well.
Wow, we're on to the penultimate straight. Coming around at the other end of the straight, Gilbert Ang will go and take the victory. Sim K1 will be second. Matty Graham will be third. In the meantime, Garrido is holding on for fourth. Gonna have to break away just for a moment because Gilbert Ang comes over to take the victory. K1 second. Let's stay on board with Garrido and Ryan Keith. Who can get there? Garrido is in fourth. Ryan Keith fifth. Aslan sixth. Yevon David seventh. Wei Xiong comes in eighth. And Harris Zeffrey in ninth. Dutois. Great recovery from Dutois, who dropped down a long way after being in the lead, but he finishes in P10. But Gilbert Ang makes it 4 wins in 5 races in the global edition of eRacing GT4.
Great result from Gilbert, just what the doctor ordered after finishing third in race 1. So this will be, he minimizes the damage to the championship leader, Kai Wen, who finishes second just behind him. But what a great battle that was for the last few laps of position 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Really enjoyed that, Des. Great racing all around.
Certainly was. Gilbert Ang, 4 wins in 5 races. That's not pretty bad. Sim K1, tell you what, that's not bad either. Fastest lap to Harris Zeffrey. So we had a podium in race number 1, a fastest lap in race number 2 for Harris on the reverse grid. That's pretty good. Antar found it difficult out of the points. James Russell, who had started near the front of the grid on race number 2. He is the last of the point scorers. Dutois at one stage was leading, finishes in P10.
Well, Des, so quite a few incidents there. We'll just go to a 2-shot. Quite a few incidents there. I'm sure my WhatsApp's going to be ringing off the hook now as videos get sent to me as drivers protest and stuff like that. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back at, I think, 3:40 we'll do the live stream because we'll go through the highlights of GT3 before that as well. But in the meantime, we'll go offline and look at these protest videos and see which are sustained and which are overruled.
We'll be back in a short while. You're watching the eRacing GP Southeast Asia Global Edition. That was the amateur boys. The pros are coming up at 3:45. That's when we're back on your screens.
How many points are on offer? There are...
Hi. You're on speaker for now.
But it's really confused because
Can I see the GT3 point, the championship points, the long one? With all the rounds in it?
there you go, I've got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Huh? Sorry, what?
There's 9 people, 9 players in the server already.
Okay. Let me inform them.
There's 60 points on offer.
8292 02 12 22.
Sorry, what?
Tell you what, he's already won it. but it gets really complicated.
Yeah. Because Nakib will drop 43 points. Sorry. Nakib will drop 27 points.
Okay, 82, 72, 62. So that takes him on to 55, 155.
Alif drops 42 points.
155, which is 190, 195. So it's a 40-point differential between them.
Hmm.
So if Alif, what's the maximum number of points you can get in a weekend? 40.
50,
Two.
60.
Hang on, is it 25? Oh yeah. It's
Wait, there's a reverse grid race as well.
Yeah, reverse grid race as well.
15.
Got a little bit of publicity and a little bit of traction.
Yeah, so we just had the mic on, so we just missed all your introduction, Des. But welcome back to the Global Edition, where we take all the best drivers and sim drivers from around the world, especially around the region. All the best sim drivers from this region are in this competition. Really happy with the quality that we have. We just did the GT4 cars, which is for the drivers who maybe don't get to practice all the time, have real day jobs. And now we go to the GT3 boys. This is where the serious competition heats up. A lot of professional sim drivers here. Pretty much everyone in this competition is on at least 2 or 3 hours in the sim every day. So the quality is very high. Looking forward to it. We've had quite a few different winners so far. And we start with Group A. There are 2 groups basically. You got Group A and Group B. And in each group, you race within your group. You do 2 races, a normal race and a reverse grid race. Now, from Group A and Group B, the top 10 from each group then go head-to-head in the final. And the final should be coming up at about 5:30, 6 o'clock later today.
Indeed, we've reached round 5 of 6, so we're getting very close to being able to crown a champion. In fact, mathematically it's possible to crown a champion today, but because there are various rounds that you can drop in the 6-round series, it'll be very difficult to work out exactly today what is going on. But it is all about the racing, and we put together a little highlights. I should say Alex has put together a little highlights video about the eRacing and what it is, and this is last week's final that took place at the Zhuhai circuit. A very warm welcome back to the global edition of eRacing GP. Alex Young and Des Corkill to take you through the very best of a GT3 final that was fabulous. Alex Young, this was arguably the race of the season. There are the red lights. We are all set. Fikri and Alif on pole, or on row number 1. Fikri in the black Porsche. On the right, behind them, Tobagus and Josh Perwin underway. Fikri Seguier gets off to a solid start. Alif Hamilton knows he's under pressure. Josh Perwin coming through as well. But Fikri in the Porsche, that is perfect.
Yeah, really great start there. He's really been nailing the starts today. Everyone files through turns 1 and 2 nice and cleanly. Oh, these driving standards very good. No one's bumping each other off. Hope I don't speak too soon. Now for turn 4.
Sizwoyo goes around the outside. Sizwoyo in the black looks for P3. A little look also from Alif Hamilton. Sizwoyo goes ahead of Josh Perwin, then loses out. Perwin goes through into P3. Tobagus jumped down to P4. Sizwoyo causing mayhem, only retains his place.
Wow, Perwin would have loved that. Sizwoyo made that position for him, took out his compatriot from Indonesia and allowed the Australian to get past both those BMWs.
Can see Arjun Maini's got himself up into P9 as well, going across the start-finish line. Andika in 5, Brady in the Porsche in 6, Nakib in 7. Arjun Maini's come through and taken out Mohammed Nakib.
Oh look, and it's Tobagus who's in 4th position. He's closing the gap as well. So the scrapping. Fikri is obviously losing a bit of pace. He's holding up the cars behind him. Maybe his experience with this format, with this game, is costing him a bit. Maybe he's coming into some early tire wear. He should be thinking about pit stop. Oh, Hamilton goes for a pit stop. He's trying the undercut. He's going to try and go in early to do that pit stop.
Wow. So Alif has clearly thought long and hard about this. So Fikri's gone in. Josh Perwin has decided to stay out on the circuit. He's leaving it late. So everybody apart from the first 7 have all been into the pits.
Oh, he's out of the pit lane.
Fikri, though, is ahead of Alif Hamilton. Fikri holds on. Alif goes on the inside. Oh, by a Nats Pizzicato. He's held on to the lead. Josh Perwin, now then, he has pitted. Where will he come out? Josh Perwin back in P3. Oh, but he's managed to get himself ahead of Andika.
Oh!
Was there a moment there between Alif going through on the inside? Fikri able to hold off. 11.5 minutes still to race.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the faster corners. The BMW is a bit better. And this is a fast corner here, the last corner on the grid. on the lap, and Hamilton's been great at that corner all race long. Look at the sling shock he's got. Victory has to cover the inside, so now he goes to the outside. Oh, how close is this going to get? Can Hamilton go around the outside? Victory makes the apex. This is the important thing. He's got to get the drive out. This is where we've seen the Porsche be very good, these slower corners.
This may be the moment for Alif Hamilton. This time he's got a long side earlier in the straight. Alif, the BMW versus the Porsche of Fikri Seguir. Seguir leaves the braking late and leaves it. Oh, Alif Hamilton, a little bit of contact. Fikri able to hold on, and Josh Perwin closes in P3. Fikri holds on, but my word, the pressure just must tell at some stage.
Yeah, Alif has got a really tough job now. He wants to attack the Porsche, but now he's got pressure from the back. Perwin is right there. Look at Alif though, he's very close. He's going to the outside again. What would happen? Can he go around the outside? He's going to give it a go. He's braking late. He's going to try and follow the Porsche around. Oh, the Porsche has a moment that allows Alif through and Perwin through as well.
Brilliant conditions at Zhuhai. You really ought to invent some rain for this series just to see what Alif Hamilton can cope with it. But at the moment, he's got to cope with Josh Perwin, who had a look on the inside. That was a cheeky little move by the Aussie. It will be a race to the line. Hamilton in blue, Perwin in green, the black of Fikri, and the white of Tobagas and Andy Karama.
Oh, it breaks late. Oh, that's it. That's pretty much the last place to overtake. I think Alif's got it. Can he hold out? One more corner to go.
Alif Hamilton in the blue, looking for 2 wins out of 3 races today. Corner number 14 for Singapore in the blue. Alif Hamilton, who bided his time, who took his opportunity, takes the victory ahead of Josh Perwin. A brilliant day for Fikri Seguir. Ends in 3rd to Bagas and Andika. Darryl Brady in 6th, his Royal 7th. Haziq in 8th, Dan Wells 9th, and Mohammed Naqib a distant 10th. Well, that was pretty sensational from Alif Hamilton. He is the championship leader, but Fikri Seguir really gave him a go last week, but there's no Fikri this week, which means Alif with another performance like that could theoretically wrap up the championship, Alex.
Yeah, really, I mean, Naqib is in 2nd position at the moment. He had a bad last race, obviously. Got punted in the spin by Arjun Maini, the Formula 2 driver. So he really didn't score many points at all. So when you take drop points into account, because that was Naqib's worst weekend, I think, the gap does close up a bit between the two of them. But for sure, Hamilton has a healthy lead. And if he scores maximum points this weekend and Naqib has another bad weekend, then that might be the championship wrapped up.
Okay, listen, we've just seen Alif Hamilton on the racetrack. We've spoken about Alif Hamilton. Let's now hear from the man himself and tell us who is Mohammed Alif.
Hey guys, I'm Alif from Singapore. I'm 22 years old this year and I've been competing in sim racing for about 12 years now in different platforms and games. I've been a Legion of Racers esports driver for about a year now and I'm currently serving my national service. So hopes and aspirations, I mean, I want to be a world champion in the hopefully in the near future, and also compete in the world stage, as well as progress on to do real life racing and make a career out of sim racing and or real life racing as well. So I hope you guys support me and the other drivers, and thank you for watching ERGP SEA Global Edition.
Alex, I think there's a very serious message there. Yes, it's fun. Yes, it's gaming. But these guys are wanting to make professions out of what they are doing. And Alif said it in as many words right there.
Yeah, I really like Alif's commitment. You know, he's been doing sims for a long time now. He's always been quick in the sim, but he's always trying to raise his level. So I always see him compete in different platforms. He doesn't specialize in one platform, and he's always quick in every platform, which shows a very well-rounded driver, instead of, say, some sim drivers or even real-life drivers who can only be good in one category. So that's really good. And he started go-karting now. He's trying to get into professional racing and in real-life racing as well. So it just shows he's putting in the hard work. And he's a really good example for the younger drivers who are coming up and coming into the sport, who are naturally already very quick, that if you keep putting in the hard work, the sky's the limit. And that's effectively what we're trying to do here at ERGP. Trying to give a proper platform so these drivers can race against the best because there's no reason why we can't have world-class e-racers from this region.
But from virtual to reality is the tagline of what you're doing on eRacing Grand Prix. And we don't mention it enough, I don't think, but the genuine prize, the real prize that these guys are aiming for is an opportunity to really race.
Absolutely, with Black Arts Racing, you see the logo at the bottom. They're the best, arguably definitely the best Asian Formula 3 team right now. They won the Formula 3 championship last year, or this year, beginning of this year, before the MCO came in. And of course, they were Formula Renault last year for the last 6 years in a row, even more maybe. So they're one of the best race teams in the region. So they are offering a free test for the best young driver, best two young drivers. So sorry, for the champion and the best young driver between the ages of 16 and 20.
A really good prize that is. Hey, listen, it's not only about winners though. The whole purpose of eRacing GP is to give people a step on the ladder. One of those who's improved week by week by week. He's appeared in all 4 races so far. Did have a podium in round number 2. Had 4th in the final yesterday. Let's meet Tubagus, one of my favorite drivers.
Hello guys, my name is Tubagus Farnoval. I'm from Indonesia, 24 years old. So currently I'm racing in ERGP Global Edition Pro Class, and last time in round 4 I'm finished in P4 on the final race. So hopefully in this round 5 I can get my first podium or maybe first win. So I need your support, and for you guys, stay at home, stay safe, and stay racing virtually, and see you on the track. Bye.
Great message from Tubagus there. Yeah, obviously plenty of support for him. The days merge into one. So when I said yesterday, I really meant last week is when he did his work. That's what lockdown does for you. Right, let's go on to the circuit themselves. It's at the Sepang circuit that you've chosen for round 5 of this series. And well, just talk us through your expectations of this week. In fact, firstly, let's look at the championship points, Alex. If you can put them up on screen. We can see Alif has got a massive lead at the top. Mohammed Nakib is in race B. But looking a little bit further down the list, there's some very good competitors. Andika Rama, we've like Miko Nasi will meet, Dan Wells. There's a lot of really good athletes in there, or competitors in there, who'll be looking to at least get a top 3 place in this championship.
So yeah, I mean, we're at Sepang now. Because all the sim drivers drive so much at Sepang, there are a lot from the region that maybe they've just done so many laps, thousands of laps around this track. So it's nothing new for most of the sim drivers. Speaking of some of the Aussies though, a couple of the Aussies have not driven this track, so they've enjoyed this week getting to grips with it. I think Brody Steen was saying he was just out of shot, the Porsche in front of this white BMW of Darryl Brady. And he was showing some really good pace earlier on, but he took a while to get up to speed at Sepang.
One of the fastest at the moment is Kalen Chin, who we'll just have a little look on here. He's one of the young racers that you've got here. Now, the age range that you've got, you're spanning a couple of decades between the race. Kalen's one of the youngest you've got. He's still 13 or 14 at the moment? Yeah,
he's still 13. He's been karting since he was out of nappies practically. The Australian was based in Singapore, so he's a well-known karter in the region, does really well, and he's really showing his hand at sim racing, and it's unusual to get him this young, this quick in sims, so he's really been putting in the hard work for sure.
Okay, Kalen is one of the 20 competitors who are going to be racing. All 20 are out on the track at the moment. We've got a graphic just to give you the names of the runners and the riders that we've got in this Group A. As Alex said, there's 2 groups coming up. Alif, of course, we've spoken about. The other names to watch out for who could well be up at the top. Luis Moreno had a really good day yesterday in the Philippines edition of this competition. Arjun Maini hails from India. You've heard from Tubagus. A couple of the Malaysians who are expected to maybe do a little bit better because they did really well in the series that you did in 2019, Alex. Tadashi and Ameya Hazik, they've not really had a chance to shine in the way I expected them to.
Yeah, they have. Every weekend we're seeing Ayman Hakim and Amir Hazik be very quick, but at the key points when it comes down to qualifying or doing it in the final, they just haven't been able to put their laps together at the right time. So we know they're capable of running at the front, but they just have to find a little bit more if they're going to actually go out and win the race.
So they were the 20 competitors. You can see the colours that we've got along the bottom of the screen. Alif in the blue, he's had that car. Expect him to be there or thereabouts. Andika Rama and Nico Nasser will be there. Luis Moreno in the very dignified all black. Arjun Main in the yellow and black. The Indian is really worth keeping an eye out. He's got the second fastest time at the moment to Bagus we've met. Dominic Ang was very quick a couple of weeks ago. Alexis Lopano had a terrific series of races in the Philippines edition yesterday. There's Amo Hazik and Inigo Anton. Lopano and Anton in the same group. Fabulous. Brody Steen from Australia. Ruben Wong from Malaysia in the yellow and black in the Porsche. Alistair Young, we'll talk about your fella in a while, and Kelvin De Singh. And then you've got Tunku Ezan in the lime green and yellow. Daryl Brady in the lovely liveried Porsche. Kristen Duque from the Philippines. And Su Tin Shin from Taiwan. So you really are going all over the globe, Alex. Now then, let's talk about your boy, Alistair. We won't mention him too much. But, he missed out last week, Alistair, and he's back in the racing groove this week.
Yeah, he's been... Like most teenagers, I think they've all been struggling the MCO bit. So he took a break last week, but it's good to see him back in the car and driving. He's actually upstairs right now as we go along and do this. But yeah, he's one of the real life drivers. He's been winning races in Formula 4. Obviously, like most drivers, just been doing a lot more sims since we've had this lockdown. But yeah, it's very tricky to drive these cars. These GT3 cars have a lot of understeer in them, and you do really have to drive it a certain way to get around that understeer.
Okay, let's take it away from the family. Brody Steen is part of the international contingent, and he's driving the Porsche. You've got 4 Porsches out there today, and Brody Steen, he's been noticeable for the very quick start that he's been able to get away with a couple of times this season, where he's come from maybe row 3 in the grid to get into the first corner first.
Yeah, he has. He's had stunning starts. He's won one race, I believe. So he's a very good sim racer from Australia. And let's see what he does. Like I said, he was struggling a little bit coming to grips with Sepang in the leaderboard earlier in the week, but by the end of the week, he was setting some very good times.
Alex has got an amazing memory. Yes, Brody Steen has had a victory. I've got to look at my notes. Alex just recalls it. Now then, the Filipinos, we saw them have their own competition yesterday. Inigo Anton and Alexis Lopano, they were going hammer and tongue at each other for 2 races yesterday, and they're in the same group here today. We're going to see the same from them. There's Inigo out on the doing a lap just at the moment.
Yeah, so that's right. Lopano's in the pit lane right now, obviously probably changing tires. Whoa, as Anton has a spin. That won't really bother him too much. He'll just get back out there. But yeah, those 2 drivers were separated by literally nothing the whole time. It's like someone had tied a piece of string to them. So I expect more from both of them today.
Indonesian drivers, Andika Rama Maulana, he's gone into the pits as well, but he's very, very strong. Singapore are well represented. Chubagas and Andika are the 2 best of the Indonesian race. I'm just going around the globe for us. You mentioned Daryl Brady. Mm-hmm. Now then, Su Tin Shin. How's Su? He's been a regular throughout this tournament without being able to get up into a podium place in any of the 4 rounds so far.
Yeah, so he was driving, I can't quite remember, I think he might have been in the Porsche in the beginning, but then he changed to the McLaren. Unusual choice. I've not seen anyone else in the McLaren, but he really likes it. It says it suits his driving style. And he did really good in the reverse grid race, I think, in Zhuhai. I thought he might have finished really well, but towards the end of the race it didn't quite work out for him, and he fell down the order. Tell you what though, the car behind him, Darrell Brady, he's had been in the wars a bit as well. We saw him in Philippines, getting right stuck in, and he's just seen some really exciting races from the Philippines driver.
Certainly is. We're just 15 seconds or so away from practice. What happens then is that we will go into a situation where qualification is only a 4-minute qualification for these guys. That is 1 lap of the track. Let's go on board with Alif Hamilton, and maybe as he comes to a spin just before his practice, maybe we'll follow Ali for a flying lap, Alex, but not just yet.
Yeah. So we're getting ready for qualifying now. If we could follow Alif, that'd be kind of good. I think he's still in the pit lane at the moment. Let's see if he's up. There he is. So this is him starting. Which cam would you like, Des? Shall we watch him from outside, or shall we do the onboard chase cam?
Well, let's go from the chase cam, because I know you like that. And I'm expecting a quickish lap. So as he just comes around the hairpin at the end of the lap, and he heads into the opening straight or the closing straight. You talk us through a flying lap, Alex Young of Sepang.
Yeah, so he straightens out nicely at the last corner. If he messes up the first couple corners, he can restart this lap. There's only time for everyone to just do one lap. But if you make a mistake the first couple corners, you can restart the lap to start. Whoa, it brakes really late by 80 meters there. Hits the first apex nicely, out wide a bit. Now in for the second apex, nicely done. Nicely to the right, climb that curb. Oh, I think he could have climbed more curb there. But still, sounds like he got on the throttle nice and easy. Traction control didn't sound like it was cutting in, so a good exit out of turns 2, now through turn 3. We've gone to Dominic now, and I think Alif has reset himself because he wasn't happy with how he went out of turn 2.
Certainly
Oh,
has.
no, he is. There he is. He's back. Here we are, back with him again. So now he's come out turn 4. Actually, he must be very happy. Purple sector 1, now through turns 5 and 6. Nicely touching the apex. Oh, a little tap on the brake there to get the front of the car to turn in through turn 6. Smart idea if you just carry a bit too much speed. Now 7, 8. Got to carry lots of speed through 7. Now flat, full throttle through 8. Use a bit of the excess road at the exit. Nicely done. Now for turn 9. Got to brake in a straight line. Brake really super late. Hold the brake a bit to the apex. Oh, he's missed the apex just a little bit. Will that cost him much time? Sector 2 lap time is coming up now. He's purple. Purple for sector 2. So still going fastest of all for everyone. Oh, he won't like turn 11. Turn 11 wasn't as good as I've seen through there. Turn 12 now. Small lift. Nicely done. Turn 12 is well taken. Now for braking to turn 13 and 14. Turn 14, it tightens into 14 right now. Oh, he has a wiggle on the way in. That's going to cost him big time. That's going to be a lot of lap time left on the table there, because it would have sacrificed his exit out of turn 14 down this massively long back straight, over a kilometer long. He'll be hemorrhaging time all the way down this back straight. He's got the last corner. Try and make up some time. He try and nail it. Looks okay, but that mistake at turn 14 would cost him. I don't think this would be good enough for pole.
Let's see, he was purple through sector 1 and sector 2. Sector 3, he's he's a 10th of a second out of pole position. Second place for Alif Hamilton. Andika Rama is the man who has got the fastest time at the moment. Out on track, we've got in Indigo Anton. Has he got enough time? Well, he's just trying to work through. Who have we got quick out there? Fastest time, a 1:12.8 from Andika Rama. That is quick.
Yeah, it's really nice there. 12.8 by then. Further down, pretty much the whole top 15 are all within a second of each other. So it's looking, well, no, just over a second actually. Some drivers still haven't set a time. There's a bit more time to go. I think some drivers with invalidated laps. Let's see what Nico Nasi can do here. Ooh, it's not too bad.
Second.
Well done.
That's pretty good from Nasi. Luis Moreno has gone into the pits. Tubagas is still out there. And, well, Tubagas. Andika Rama quickest. Miko Nasi second. Alif Hamilton third at the moment. There's just a few seconds left. Arjun Maini, Kalen Chin on the third row of the grid alongside Tadashi. Tubagas and Inigo Anton on the fourth row. Clapano very close to Inigo Anton, of course. And Dominic Ang on row 5. Not a greater qualification for Brody Steen or Luis Moreno. Alistair 14th place. Kelvin Singh will be sharing a grid place with the Porsche of Ruben Young. 18 drivers posted a time. 20 will be on the grid, Alex Young.
Yeah, a couple of the drivers just at the back. Darryl Brady didn't get a lap in, so he's starting right at the back. So, yeah, the Filipino drivers got a lot of work to do in race 1. We're coming now for race 1. You can see the drivers magically going from the pit lane into the grid. So everyone waits to be on the pit lane, and then we'll start race 1 in just over 30 seconds. Des, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I know there's going to be incident on corner number 1 and number 2, because there always is incident. Particularly in the reverse grid race. That's the really fascinating one. Alif Hamilton, though, starting third behind. He will probably want to get himself fairly high up the standings pretty quickly. But we are just about ready. The red lights are on, and we are about to get underway. Andika Rama, Miko Nasi on pole position on the front row of the grid. The red lights go to green. Tubagas on the right. Miko Nasi makes a move as well. Miko Nasi, is he able to get there? Nasi has got himself just ahead of Andika Rama on the first row of the grid. It is still Nasi who leads though. Andika takes the inside line. Andika Rama it is who takes P1 going into turns 2 and 3, Alex Young.
Yes, good start by Andika. Nicely aggressive into turn 1. We know how aggressive he normally is as a driver. Miko Nasi, though, is the driver under pressure. He's got championship leader Alif Hamilton all over the back of him. Nasi, though, confident, doesn't even try and defend the position. Hamilton, though, being nice and cautious in the first stages of this race. Normally find the sim drivers are a bit more careful in the first stages of the race because they know they will come good a little bit later on.
It is pretty clean. There's not much contact. We're on board here with Alexis Klapano, who's alongside Tubagus. Tubagus on the right has just taken the inside from Alexis Klapano, but you're quite right. It is pretty neat and tidy as Moreno goes to the inside. Neat and tidy. There's not much contact there. That's good, clean driving from all three of those races, Alex.
Yeah, Moreno, the winner from the Philippines edition, won both races yesterday. Tried to go down the inside, had a moment and wasn't able to make it. Tobagos though goes wide and he's going to lose position. Can Klapano come back at him? No, Tobagos now has the inside line for turn 11. Should be able to make it his own as he just gets through nicely. Oh, but now he's on the outside for turn 12. Klapano is not giving up as he now takes the move through turns 12 and 13.
Let's move back to the head, and Andika Rama has got himself a 0.6 of a second lead as they come into the back straight for the very first time. He's taken Miko Nasi, the Finnish-based Singaporean, in with him, and Alif Hamilton, well, he just looks like a shadow you don't want to be there in the blue car. But Andika Rama leads. Tadashi's had a good start as well. Tadashi in P4, the best start that he's had so far from recollection this season.
Yeah, so Ayman Hakim, he loves the Mercedes, but for this race he thought, right, I'm going to have to join the rest, and he swapped cars to the BMW. Drivers are allowed to do one swap during the season, and he says the BMW is better, but look up ahead. Hamilton trying to go down the inside of Miko Nasi, but Miko Nasi now has the inside for turn 2. He needs to not overcook it, otherwise Hamilton will be right all over the back of him. But Nasi, even though he wasn't quite ideal, he managed to get a good drive. Look at that, extends the gap to the third place Hamilton, and should be safe as they break into turn 4 here.
But Nasi is very, very much under pressure. That is how close Alif Hamilton is onto the tail end of Miko Nasi. Just got himself a little bit of a gap there. Nasi ahead of Alif. It's 0.4 of a second, but Alif will be driving very, very close to the limits. There is the back of Alif Hamilton as they come up into turn. Is this 7 and 8? Grandstand up towards the KLIA area. We're on board with the third place driver, Alif Hamilton. Behind him, you've got Tadashi, and behind Tadashi, Alexis Klapano, who has got those first 4 in his eye line, isn't too far behind.
Yeah, and I'd love to see just behind him because Tobagos is all over the rear of Kalen Chin. There he is trying to make the move on the young Australian. Going through turn 10. Will he look at the inside of turn 11? No. Almost spins as he tries to avoid Kalen Chin. Brody Steen now all over the back of the Indonesian. Going through turn 12. Fast corner this. Almost 200 kilometers per hour. Now breaking for turns 13 and 14. Brody closes the gap if he can just go to get exit, but no!
Anton goes through inside Brody Steen. Brody Steen has the good drive out though. Let's have a look at this particular race. They are really switching positions. It's Brody Steen in the black in the Porsche. He's the best of the Porsches. In front of him is Kalen Chin. Is Tubagus. Behind him is Inigo Anton. It's kind of a Filipino sandwich as well because Alexis Klapano is in that group as well. But leading the way is Andika Rama. There is the race leader. Nasi second, and Andika Rama has stretched his lead out to 1.5 seconds from Miko Nasi, Alex Young.
Yes, and let's not forget Andika Rama. He's third place in the championship, you know. This suits him really well. He'll be able to close the gap to the drivers just in front of him. And with championship leader in third, if this finishes this way, Rama is going to be very happy indeed.
There is the championship leader. Apologies. Yeah, Andika Rama's had a couple of victories so far this season, so he does know his way to the checkered flag. Miko Nasi is another who we've followed throughout this series. He won a race in race number 1. Hasn't had a podium since round number 1 though, Miko Nasi. Let's see what else have we got down in P17. Luis Moreno had a really good start but has fallen away, and Arjun Maney also fallen away. So I wonder what happened to Luis Moreno, because at one stage he was competing for roundabout P7.
Yeah, so I think he got involved in that because he was right with Clapano, and I think he got... I saw him at the corner of my eye. He just got sideways. I think probably ended up with a half spin, which put him right to the back. He's in P18. That's the problem when you spin on the first lap. You just go right down the order because everyone is so bunched up.
Right, on the tail end of Dominic Ang here in P9. In front of him, he's got Amo Hazik, Inigo, Anton, Brody Steen, and Kalen Chin. Those 5 in a little bit of procession. Kalen Chin currently in 7th place at the start of that procession, but everyone is driving Sepang rather cleanly, rather sedately at the moment. Alex, or did I speak too early?
Braked late, lost some speed mid-corner. Is it compromising his exit? No, the exit's not too bad. Dominic won't be too unhappy with that. He's in P11 right now, but look at this, battle for 6th position. Kalen Chin
is the man who's there. Kalen Chin just behind him. Tubagus is able to hold on to the tight line and actually takes Kalen Chin into P5.
Someone spun off in the middle of that corner. Was that Clapano again? Oh my gosh.
It was.
That's the 3rd time we've seen him do it in 2 days. He spun there twice yesterday in the Philippines edition.
Indeed he did. There he is. He will hate that corner, number 15, because Ruben Wong's gone on the inside. He's under pressure from Kelvinder Singh. Leaves the braking late. Alexis Clapano tries to make up a little bit of time. He's under pressure there from Ruben Wong. Wong and Clapano clashing paint, as they call it, and just a paint job as Clapano once again is involved in the wars.
Well, we're going to have to look at that after the race. Obviously, a bit of argy-bargy there, and you can see drivers, when that sorts to happen, you just start taking action back against the driver who you felt was wrong. We'll have to
what's
look
happened
at
here. Miko Nasi has been taken by Alif Hamilton, who, just like the whispering death behind you, has picked up from P3 into P2. His sights now set in the last half of the race on Andika Rama Molana.
Yeah, so we obviously missed that. We don't know if it was a mistake by Nasi or if Hamilton did a good move. But just behind them, good Ayman Hakim. I'm going to say that because of the gap between Hamilton and Rama in first place, that maybe they were battling and slowing each other up, because that gap is a little bit bigger than it was a lap ago.
Andika Rama is the man who is leading. 2.8 seconds clear according to the timing at the moment, but there is still plenty of time. Even the slightest mistake, and you know that Hamilton will be very, very close behind. Alif Hamilton, he's under pressure from 2 races. Let's go behind the second of them, Tadashi, who, as we said, has had his best race so far of the season as they come around to the hairpin at the end of the long straight and into the home straight for they go into lap 5 with 7 minutes, under 7 minutes remaining.
Yep. Almost outbraked himself there in the last corner. You can see he's pushing to try and stay with the guys in 2nd and 3rd position, but this is the man leading. Superb so far. He got pole position and he's just been driving superbly and pulling away at the front.
Behind them, P5 to Bagus, under pressure from Kalen Chin. Kalen Chin goes around the outside. To Bagus, though, has the right line going into that right-hander and then into the difficult corner 2 and 3. Not a real good overtaking maneuver unless your position on the track is wrong, Alex.
Yeah, well, he's right in the slipstream, though. This gap will close as they get further down the straight. Tobago's cleverly covering the inside. I don't think Kalen's close enough. Oh, he's going to try and go around the outside. And if he can hang around the outside, he'll be on the inside for the next corner. This could be a fantastic move by the young Australian.
Kalen Chin, that's how close he is, and there's people behind them, but he's got himself ahead of Tobagus, Kalen Chin, and he's got himself into P5, Kalen Chin. And there he goes through. Tobagus in his slipstream, and Brody Steen and Inigo Anton are there as well. But this young kid, and he is a young kid, really has shown he's taken to eRacing with some alacrity.
Whoa, Tobago's late dive down the inside. Oh, contact between both of them. Tobago spins. Wow.
Tobagus really does spin. Loses ground and loses 2 positions to Brody Steen and Inigo Anton. So this is the battle. I tell you what, Kalen Chin is under the most immense pressure as they go down the hill. Brody Steen in the black. Inigo Anton just behind them as well. But Kalen Chin is able to go now then. Steen went wide. Inigo Anton has the inside. Inigo into P6. Brody Steen is there. Dominic Ang is pushed wide as well as he's in P9. Tunku Ezan Lay currently in P10. But
Yes.
well done by Kalen Chin to resist all that pressure.
Yeah, it's getting quite hectic here in the middle. Drivers know the race is counting down now. Only 4.5 minutes to go. So everyone's getting a bit more desperate, trying a bit more with their moves to try and make the overtakes happen.
Okay, up in the front, the lead is just under 2 seconds for Andy Karama, ahead of Alif Hamilton. Miko Nasi has been able to stay fairly close to the back of Alif Hamilton. Alif in the blue, Miko Nasi in the white. It was in the previous lap that Alif had been able to make the overtaking maneuver to get himself up into P2, worth 20 points. But Alif, he doesn't do 20s. He's won 6 of the 12 races that he's been involved with in this series so far.
Yes, Nasi overcooked it a bit through turn 4, lost out on the exit. It looks like if he can get within striking range, I know Miko Nasi, he's going to have a go to try and take back that second position.
Let's just have a little look at the battle that's going on for P10. Daryl Brady's had a move on the inside of Ezan, Tenko Ezan. Tenko Ezan in the lime green, just able to hold on under real pressure. Daryl Brady is the man who's right behind him. Brady's got Ruben Wong right behind him. And Alistair Young as well, not too far behind, but the real battle is this one between Brady and Tenko Ezan. Tenko under pressure, but the drifter looks like he's coping with the pressure on this particular occasion, Alex.
Yes, he is. Brady will be looking at the battle of the Porsches. Ezan in front, Brady behind him. Alistair Young, you mentioned, just behind the 3 Porsches actually together. Alistair Young has actually done a good job. He was P18 in the first few laps, made it back up to P13. So must have had a couple. Oh, there's a spin, half spin by Ezan, who just manages to catch it.
Real life drifter goes into drifting but loses a place. Daryl Brady goes ahead of him, and then Brady doesn't take the right line. Alistair goes on the inside. Alistair takes both Tenko Izan and Ruben Wong and then is knocked out, and Alistair is a sandwich in between 2 Porsches. He tries as they come down this home straight. Alistair's got himself up into P10 and ahead of all 3 of those Porsches, Alex.
Wow, that was a good move into turn 14. What's going to happen here? It's still not done, though. These drivers have not given up. Porsche's going everywhere as they try and get back their positions. Oh, someone spins to the inside. Who's that?
I think that was Ruben Wong as Arjamani goes past Ruben Wong. So Ruben has gone backwards. Sutin Shin has come forwards as well. He's on the back now of Arjamani. 2 minutes to go at the race. We're looking at the lower placing simply because the front 3 are so far away of everybody else.
Yeah, Arjamani also making good progress back to the field. Something happened to him in the first lap as well because he dropped back to the last position. So for him to get back up to 13 is a fantastic drive.
There's a really good battle here from Young through Tunku Ezan, Daryl Brady, Arjamani, Sutin Shin and Ruben Wong. There are 6 competing. Young holds on to P10 under pressure from Tunku Ezan. Easy to pick out Tunku Ezan. We'll just break away from that for a second. There's our race leader. 2 seconds clear of Alif Hamilton. Alif Hamilton has got Miko Nasi not far behind him. That's 2 and 3. And Ayman Akim Tadashi still in P4 where he has been for much of the last 5 laps. Chin holds on. Let's get back to that battle with Alistair Young and co. Alistair looks like he's made a bit of a break there in P10 ahead of Brady, Arjamani, Sue and Ruben Wong.
Oh yes, Izan has fallen behind. There must have been contact with the 2 drivers because he's fallen a couple places behind now. As you watch Alistair Young in 10th position, a trio of Porsches right behind him.
So good job there by Alistair. Let's get a little bit further up. This is where are we? We're on board with Tobagus in PA. Brody Steen in the black ahead of him. Inigo Antan and Kalen Chin currently in P5. Again in procession. 40 seconds to go in the race. We will have one more full complete lap because going over the start finish line for the penultimate time will be Andy Karama Molana, who has virtually led this race since the first lap, Alex Young.
Yes, fantastic driver. Just what he needed, to be honest. You know, he's very, very super competitive. If he has a weakness, I think it would be qualifying because he has not been getting the grid spots he should have been getting earlier on in the season, but he didn't have that issue today. A great pole position, and he's been able to lead the race from the very beginning to the end.
As you can see, only clear track ahead of him, and behind him, well, Alif Hamilton has had a stellar season, but is unlikely to make up 2 seconds in the final lap unless Andika cracks under whatever pressure there is. Eamon Tadashi may well have to be content with P4 because you don't expect the experienced Miko Nasi to make too many errors.
Yeah, it'd be really hard to unsettle Nasi. Nasi's very experienced, but I tell you what, it's good to see Tadashi, Ayman Hakim up there. If there is a chance of a victory, not a victory, if it is a chance of making one more position, guarantee he's going to try.
Let's just go on to the tail end here. This is Tobagus in P8. He's got Brody Steen, Anton and Chin ahead of him. Brody Steen looks like he wants to make a little move there, but maybe not close enough to the drivers in front of him for a chance coming in. We are on the final lap here. As they go up the hill, we are now with the race leader coming down the hill on the other side. Andika Rama, wow, what a performance from Andika. We know he's good. He has had a victory, 2 victories to his name so far this season. He's going to make it a triple for the year, and this will really help him coming into the final round of the season. Andika Rama will win this race. Alif Hamilton will come into second place as they go round the hairpin for the final time, barring a catastrophe. And the need for the helicopter in the background is not required. Andy Karama takes it. Behind him, Nasi under pressure from Tadashi. Nasi, though, holds on to P3. Tadashi in P4. Right, real battle coming in as they come round the corner. It's going to be 5, Callum Chin. 6, Inigo Anton. 7, Steen. 8, Tobagus. Behind them, Dominic Ang comes through in 9. Alistair Young holds on for a 10th position ahead of Arjun Maini, Darryl Brady, Sutin Chin, Amo Hazik, and completing the scoring will be Kelvin De Singh down in P15.
Oh dear, why has Miko Nasi disappeared from the timings?
Oh, P15, he's down there, isn't he? What happened? Miko Nasi is now down P16 and has still disappeared.
We need to check if this is a real error or if there's something wrong here. Because it doesn't, on our timing screens, it doesn't show that there's anything wrong.
Well, Nasi in the pits according to the final analysis and gets 3rd place on the standings.
Okay, so here is correct. Okay, on the timing screens it's a bit wrong. This is the official, because this looks better. Because I don't think he wasn't getting involved in lots of contacts. His incidence points were not creeping up. So I'd been very surprised to see him. This is the correct one. Nasi in 3rd. So we go to the reverse grid race now.
So Andy Karama picking up that first, 3rd victory for him of the season. But that means he will go right to the very back of the grid. But nonetheless, he's done a fine job. And normally you win race 1, it's good enough to get you into the final later on, around about 6:30 tonight.
Yeah, but he'll still one of those championship points. Andika, I know he's got his eye. I think maybe Alif in 1st position might be too far away. But Andika will be looking in 2nd position. Nakib, who goes in Group B later on, he's not too far away from Andika. So Andika in 3rd position. He wants these championship points. He wants to finish this year with a bang, for sure.
Alex Young with the analysis. Des Corkin in the commentary box as we come for the reverse grid race of Group A of the eRacing GP Southeast Asia. The reverse grid race has on pole position Alexis Clapano. Alexis on the left of your screen. Tunku Ezenley alongside him. Tunku's got off to a great start. Tell you what, these Porsches do get off to a good start because Ruben Wong is in there as well. It is Tunku Ezan who will lead into the first corner. Clapano able to just edge him out and retake the lead and then lose it into corner number 2. So Tunku Ezan leads. It's Porsche 1 and 2 at the moment because Ruben Wong's gone through the inside. Amo Hazik in the blue goes into P3. Clapano drops down to 4. Moreno, decent start from him in P5.
Yeah, really good start by both Porsches. Clapano just had a moment at exit of turn 2, and that's cost him a lot of position. He's gone right down. So we have a Porsche 1-2. Ezan, quite an experienced driver, a local driver here in Malaysia, does a lot of racing. Very good driver, in fact. Behind him, Ruben Wong. one of the best known race engineers in the region, does a lot of engineering for a lot of top race teams, actually owns a race team himself, Tedco Racing. As he goes wide through 7 and 8, that's going to allow Amir Hazik to come through at him, but he manages to use the excess road to recover second position and keep second position for now. But Amo going down the inside, as well as Moreno down the inside of Clapano. There's a spin!
That was Duque, I think, as well. So Clapano currently in P3. What went wrong down there? Tadashi, he's in there. Inside of him is Alistair Young. So Alistair's got himself up into P8 at the moment, dueling there.
I think Clapano went off by himself in the distance in the gravel as well at turn 11. But what a great first lap by Ayman Hakim. This is set him up really well.
So on the McLaren, Su Tin Shin has got himself up into P5. He is leading a whole ruck of drivers, but it is Tunku Ezan who is leading as they come into the final turn of the first lap. 15-minute race as usual. Tunku Ezan, these Porsches, they really do seem to have something on the start line, Alex.
Yeah, they do. They have the engine in the rear of the car beyond the rear axle, so it really helps the traction. So all the Porsches are very good at the start. I have to say, I love this car. The color scheme it uses, the green and the yellow, is really striking. Always easy to spot amongst the crowd.
Okay, let's have a look at winner from race number 1, Andy Karama. He's in 14th position just at the moment. Remember, only the top 10 secure points as somebody spins out. Is it Tobagas has spun out there? No, if there was contact, I'm not quite sure, but Tobagas is out. Andy Karama up to 13. In front of him, Dominic Ang, Inigo, Anton. Alistair has spun out as well and has dropped down to P10. Alif Hamilton has got himself up, Alex, into P9, sandwiched by Miko Nasi and Alistair Young.
Yes, very nicely done. Miko Nasi in front of the Singaporean in the blue car. Nasi will be, he lost that battle to Alif in race 1. He'll be very keen. They're both from Singapore. He'll be very keen to not lose the battle now.
We are on board with Miko Nasi and now on board with Alif Hamilton. Miko Nasi just in front of them. Kalen Chin, Tadashi, the Malaysian, is in there as well. P9 at the moment for Alif. Traffic ahead of him, but he doesn't normally find traffic much of a problem, Alif Hamilton.
No. These drivers are very experienced, so they're good at picking the gaps in the traffic. That does become a skill. That's why we do these reverse grid races, because we want to see your racecraft. Sometimes you might get unlucky and a gap might close in front of you and there's nothing you can do about it and you lose a race. But over enough races, you always see through the data that the best drivers always come out ahead.
Tunku Ezan is leading at the moment. Amo Hazik is the man who is not too far behind, 0.3 of a second behind Tunku, who goes wide, and that enables Amo to have a look on the inside, holds it well. Kelvin De Singh is doing really nicely in P3 just at the moment, and Daryl Brady from the Philippines in the Porsche 1.66 seconds behind. But it is still Tunku Ezan who's holding on, and this is a pretty solid drive from the Malaysian drifter.
Yeah, he is. His elder brother is really well known for drifting, but both these brothers do racing of all sorts within the region and around the world. So it's good to see him out there. See if he can hold this lead. I think the Porsche is a bit tougher on tires than the BMW. So, we saw towards the end of race 1 that they were going backwards a bit. So if he can keep the car under him and not abuse the tires too early, he should be able to keep it in front towards the end of the race, because he's got a nice tidy gap to the cars behind them.
Yeah, Amo Hazik is 0.3 behind them. Kelvin De Singh doesn't get an awful lot of mentions from us. He's normally towards the tail end, but he's got himself into P3 at the moment. He is under a little bit of pressure from Daryl Brady, but not too much pressure. Kelvin does lead over Daryl Brady, nearly 1.5 seconds.
Can we go back to the front? I think Amo's making a move on Hazik.
Amo has indeed taken the lead. Sorry, Alex, I missed that completely. Tunku Ezan. Well,
where did that come from? I think Ezan must have had a mistake through 7 and 8, because that's where Amo Hazik, as he likes to be known, made the move. So now he's got clear track in front of him. He knows that there are faster cars behind coming through, so he can't afford to hang around. He's made the move. They've not lost much time in the battle, so this could be Amo's best chance of winning a reverse grid race. He just needs to get his head down and try and churn out some nice consistent laps.
They come into the back straight. We are at the end of lap number 3, coming into lap number 4. The differential is 0.6 of a second. The Porsche can't get close enough onto the back of Amo Hazik. It's all about the braking line. Late braking from the Porsche. Able to hold on to it. Now, what kind of a drive does he get out into the home straight? Well, not a great one. Amir Hazik is in the lead as we approach the halfway mark. 7:30 is the halfway mark. The flashlights being done from Tenko Ezan, but I think they're more out of embarrassment because he lost P1 on the last lap.
Yeah, let's not discount Ezan. Ezan can come back if he can just get a bit closer. You know he'll try and send one down the inside. You can break a bit later in the Porsche. Oh, he has a wiggle out of turn 2. That's not what he needs, and he falls behind. Amir Hazik now has a nice comfortable gap over a second to second place Ezan.
Similar livery. Let's get on the backside here of Alif Hamilton. Miko Nasi in his sights. Alif's got himself up into P8. Nasi, Chin and Tadashi are ahead of him, and Darrell Brady in the Porsche, the lime green Porsche. So 5 in a row just at the moment. This is the race. Brady as he comes around the very quick left, right, 6 and 7. Sorry, 11, 12. Goes very, very wide. Tadashi. Sorry, Kalen Chin is in that group as well.
Whoa.
Who's spinning?
Iman running wide. Still stays in position though behind Brady, but now he's got a car. Chin to the right of him. Nasi to the left of him. Oh, it's going to be 3 abreast as they break for turn 9. Oh, Nasi's on the inside. Wow, Iman somehow manages to get out of that corner, still in front.
Alif Hamilton staying out of danger, but he'll have the perfect view of what's going on. In ahead of him, he's got Tadashi, Kalen Chin and Miko Nasi. And at the very front of that little group, you've got Darrell Brady. We'll just hold on to this little group for a little while because they are competing for what is effectively P5 at the moment. The first 3 are all fairly clear of the rest.
Yeah, okay, so Alif good exit out of the last corner, but Nasi with even better exit. Alif, I think Nasi in front of him is going to have a look at Chin into the last corner. They are close enough. Yes, that's right. He decides. It looks to the inside. Not able to make it, though.
Eamon Tadashi, nicely done. As coming through, Amo Hazik. That is a healthy lead. It's 2.5 seconds from Tunku Ezan. Kelvin De Singh really putting the pressure on Tunku Ezan Lay at the moment. So Tunku, who was leading a couple of laps ago, is in danger of losing this position to the Corvette of Kelvin De Singh. That'll be the best result of Kelvinda.
Absolutely. This Corvette is a slightly difficult car to drive. Not everyone can get the lap time out of it. Singh is doing a good job with it. But he's got to try and get past Izan now because he's got a train of cars all bearing down on him behind.
Let's get back on this battle. So at the very front, that's is that Kelvin De Singh? It is. They've all got very close to the Corvette of Kelvin De Singh. In fact, Tunku Ezan Lay and Kelvin De Singh and Darrell Brady all very close. Tunku Ezan in second, Kelvin the third, Darrell Brady it is in P4. But Hamilton hasn't been able to improve his position for quite a while. And we're approaching the 2/3 element of this race. 15-minute race. And we have got just about 5 minutes to go. Look at the interchange of places as they come around this tight corner.
Oh, Ayman managed to get through. Singh was also having a look at the inside. Look, if you could go to the battle just ahead. 3 aside as they come into turn 11. Oh, Brady, though, had a moment and he's gone wide. That's going to allow Kalen Chin to have a look at him into turn 12.
So, Kelvin De Singh in 3. That's in the blue. Izan Lay ahead of him. And this is Kalen Chin. This is the battle you're after, Alex.
Yes, that's right. Look. Oh, and Alif Hamilton's coming good out of all of that. He's... wow, he watched the carnage happen in front of him and he's made like 3 positions. Well done.
How many times have we said that? Plus, he's now got them all in his slipstream. Chin, Brady, Anton, Nasi, Alistair Young, all there, all closing in. But Alif Hamilton, He doesn't like to look behind. He prefers to look ahead of him. And he's got Tadashi in his sights. 4.5 minutes still to go. That could well be... Is that a definite 2 laps?
Yeah,
maybe 3.
Now down the inside, turn 1. Watch this. Kalen Chin defending. We've got Brady behind him. Oh, Nico Nasi making his way through as well. Oh, they're just lining up behind Brady now. He's getting abused just a little bit. Getting bullied as all the cars come round turn 3.
Yeah, Brady went down into 7th place as a result of that. Alif in 5, Kalen Chin holds on into 6. That's the battle for P2 that you see. Kalen Chin in the yellow in P6. Back here with Kelvinder Singh. Well, Kelvinder is under pressure. He's putting pressure on Tunku. Tadashi's in there, and Alif... Gosh, he's really joined that group very, very quickly. He's now got P2 in his sights, Alex.
Yeah, I think everyone... I don't know. He's had a real good slice of luck, Hamilton has, with these sort of reverse grid races. And perhaps it's also due to the fact that he's got a blue car. So when people are battling and they see the blue car in the mirrors, maybe they're just a bit more careful letting him through. But whatever it is, he's done it really well. And look at this. He's going to be up to P2 very soon. As he's got Singh and Ayman Hakim battling for... Oh, look at that. That's contact.
It's between Kelvinder Singh and Ayman Hakim. Yep. But Hamilton, as is his one, manages just to have a sixth sense and stay out of the trouble. But he's got himself up now, Hamilton, into P5. But it's so close there. Inside Kelvinder Singh. He's the sandwich. He's gone past Kelvinder Singh. Alif now up into P5. It's the green of Tunku Ezan. Tadashi behind them. And look who's coming. Alif is currently now in P4. He's got ahead of Kalen Chin as well.
Yes, 4 cars abreast as they come through here. Oh, Kavinder Singh spins. Well, Kalen Chin has got through Alif Hamilton as well. Nice move by the Australian. Can Hamilton come back at him though? It's into turn 1. Whoa. Miko Nasi with a grandstand view of the cars in front fighting.
Okay, let's see what carnage corner 1 will have. Kalen Chin and Alif going wheel to wheel. Kalen Chin is not backing off there for Alif, but Alif decides to go through anyway, and Alif is up into P4, the championship leader, the potential champion of this whole eRacing GP season is now up into P4, has got Tadashi in his sights. Nasi has gone along with him as well. Andy Karama, unseen, has got himself up into P7 as well. Winner of race number 1 has got a fastest lap of 2:03.4. That is pretty rapid.
Yeah, well done to Andika Rama. Again, taking advantage of the cars squabbling ahead of him. I think he went from like 12th to 7th in 2 laps. So that's really good for him. And he needs to do that because Hamilton's just a couple cars in front of him. Oh no, Ezan spins.
Tunku, you thought it was just a matter of time before Tunku Ezan span out. And he has. Tadashi now in 2nd. Alif moves up into 3rd. Nasi tries to take Kalen Chin for 4th. But inevitably, almost inevitably, Tunku Ezan Lane has dropped completely off the radar.
Yeah, such a shame. He was having such a good race. It was nice to see him up there. But now we're back at the front. Ayman Hakim, he's got through to 2nd, but he's got championship leader Alif behind him. But you know, oh, Ayman, don't do that. You don't want to do that, mate, with such a close driver behind you, such a fast driver behind you. What about the gap to the lead, Des? You think they can close it down? No, there's only going to be 1 more lap after this. I think they're going to cross the line just in time to start the next lap. Amo Hazik on his way to his most famous victory yet. This would be a great win for him if he can just... He's got 1 more lap to go, though. Don't slow down, mate.
Yeah, he has got a full lap to go because he's crossed the start-finish line. I suspected they had enough time for 3 laps. Yeah, you want to be a little bit slower if you've got that much of a lead, but Amo has just got to make sure he does this right. In the meantime, Hamilton has his eyes on 2nd, goes round the outside. Is he able to hold on? Tadashi does really well and goes into corner number 2 and 3, holding on to that lead. So Hamilton wants to be aware, though, that Miko Nasi is right on his tail. And Miko Nasi might fancy a podium position here.
Yeah, we got to watch this. Miko Nasi's got to make a move now. He's got to try. He's going to fancy those extra points. Can he go around the outside of Hamilton? Oh, Hamilton doesn't give him any room. Squeezes him onto the grass. I think that was okay. But Mikko Nasi now, he's got another half lap to try and get past Hamilton.
This is P2. Akim Tadashi, P3. Hamilton in the blue. We are on board with Mikko Nasi behind them, not too far away from them. You've got Kalen Chin, and right on Kalen Chin's tail, you've got Andy Karama. So this is a last lap sprint for P2. Currently, Tadashi, Ayman Akim is the man in possession of P2.
Yes, it is. I think this would be good enough. But look at that. Hamilton's closed down that gap. Alif has really closed down that gap in half a lap. From battling and defending Mikko Nasi, he's just closed it really quickly to Ayman Hakim. So Ayman, okay, he's got a couple corners to go. I think this will be good enough to win the race. He has that gap. One more corner after this next one. But he's tightening up. He's turning in a bit early there. There he is, sideways on the exit. A poor exit. It's going to allow Alif to get right back at him. Alif's close enough. He's going to make a move. Look how close that blue BMW is. Goes to the outside. Can he make it around the last corner? He tries to go on the outside. Oh, Ayman, you can't give him that sort of space. You've got to get the exit now. Oh, I think Hamilton's done it. Alif has done it.
Amir Hazik wins it. Alif Hamilton, second place after a last corner overtake against Tadashi. Mikko Nasi in fourth. Kalen Chin fifth. Andika sixth to add to his win earlier on today. Indigo, Darryl Brady, Alistair Young, and then Brody Steen completing the top 10. Kelvinder Singh finishing 15th in the end, having been second for a long time. But Amo Hazik's first win of the season. But Alif Hamilton, what a performance from Alif. Once again, Alex Young, he really is some sim driver.
Totally. What a great race. That was really interesting. Two races there. Some interesting carnage, some good side-by-side wheel banging. But yeah, Alif would be extremely happy with that because I wasn't thinking he was going to finish in the top 5, but then it just kind of played out well for him as the drivers behind, the drivers in front started battling, and he was able to thread the eye of the needle and get through to second position.
Fastest lap also for Alif. So another good day at the office for Alif Hamilton. Technically, he might have done enough to have won the title already. He's certainly done enough to get into the final for the event, which will come at 6:30 tonight. This is round 5 of 6 of the eRacing GP Global Edition. That was Group A. The top 10 point scorers from Group A and the top 10 point scorers from Group B will go through to the final. Alif certainly there though, but there were 1 or 2 incidents for race control to maybe have a look at, Alex Young.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I'm going to get some videos sent to me. It's a community racing, if you like. We have drivers send in their videos so we can have a look at it, and then at the moment I'm the driver's steward as well, so I will make a decision on whether they deserve a penalty or not. Let's see. Server B is open for Group B. They're out there. How much time is left to go in that server? So yes, 16 minutes left to go before that server closes. Sorry, not closes, before qualifying starts. So I don't think we need to disappear at this point, Des. We'll just carry on. We could show the highlights again from the last race.
That's exactly what I was thinking of doing. For those who haven't been following us right the way through, what we have is the 2 groups reach a final. We just want to show you the highlights of last week's final that took place at the Zhuhai circuit. And it was another great week for Alif Hamilton, who you've just seen come second in race number 2 there and make it through to the final. Let's have a look at the highlights of last week's final from Zhuhai. A very warm welcome back to the global edition of eRacing GP. Alex Young and Des Corkill to take you through the very best of a GT3 final that was fabulous. Alex Young, this was arguably the race of the season. There are the red lights. We are all set. Fikri and Alif on pole, or on row number 1. Fikri in the black Porsche on the right. Behind them, Tobagus and Josh Perwin underway. Fikri Seguier gets off to a solid start. Alif Hamilton knows he's under pressure. Josh Perwin coming through as well. But Fikri in the Porsche, that is perfect.
Yeah, really great start there. He's really been nailing the starts today. Everyone files through turns 1 and 2 nice and cleanly. Wow, these driving standards very good. No one's bumping each other off. Hope I don't speak too soon. Now for turn 4.
Siswoyo goes around the outside. Siswoyo in the black looks for P3. A little look also from Alif Hamilton. Siswoyo goes ahead of Josh Perwin, then loses out. Perwin goes through into P3. Tobagas jumped down to P4. Siswoyo causing mayhem, only retains his place.
Wow, Perwin would have loved that. Siswoyo made that position for him, took out his compatriot from Indonesia and allowed the Australian to get past both those BMWs.
Can see Arjun-Maini's got himself up into P9 as well, going across the start-finish line. Andika in 5, Brady in the Porsche in 6, Nakib in 7. Arjun-Maini's come through and taken out Mohammed Nakib.
Oh look, and it's Tobagos who's in 4th position. He's closing the gap as well. So the scrapping. Fikri is obviously losing a bit of pace. He's holding up the cars behind him. Maybe his experience with this format, with this game, is costing him a bit. Maybe he's coming into some early tire wear. He should be thinking about pit stop. Oh, Hamilton goes for a pit stop. He's trying the undercut. He's going to try and go in early to do that pit stop.
Wow. So Alif has clearly thought long and hard about this. So Fikri's gone in. Josh Perwin has decided to stay out on the circuit. He's leaving it late. So everybody apart from the first 7 have all been into the pits.
Oh, he's out of the pit lane.
Fikri, though, is ahead of Alif Hamilton. Fikri holds on. Alif goes on the inside. Oh, by Anats Pizzicato. He's held on to the lead. Josh Perwin, now then, he has pitted. Where will he come out? Josh Perwin back in P3. Oh, but he's managed to get himself ahead of Andika.
Oh!
Was there a moment there between Alif going through on the inside? Fikri able to hold off. 11.5 minutes still to race.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the faster corners. The BMW is a bit better. And this is a fast corner here, the last corner on the grid. The lap, and Hamilton's been great at that corner all race long. Look at the sling shock he's got. Fikri has to cover the inside, so now he goes to the outside. Oh, how close is this going to get? Can Hamilton go around the outside? Fikri makes the apex. This is the important thing. He's got to get the drive out. This is where we've seen the Porsche be very good, these slower corners.
This may be the moment for Alif Hamilton. This time he's got a long side earlier in the straight. Alif, the BMW versus the Porsche, Fikri Seguir. Seguir leaves the braking late and leaves it. Oh, Alif Hamilton, little bit of contact. Fikri able to hold on, and Josh Perwin closes in P3. Fikri holds on, but my word, the pressure just must tell at some stage.
Yeah, Alif has got a really tough job now. He wants to attack the Porsche, but now he's got pressure from the back. Perwin is right there. Look at Alif though, he's very close. He's going to the outside again. What would happen? Can he go around the outside? He's going to give it a go. He's braking late. He's going to try and follow the Porsche around. Oh, the Porsche has a moment that allows Alif through and Perwin through as well.
Brilliant conditions at Zhuhai. You really ought to invent some rain for this series just to see what Alif Hamilton can cope with it. But at the moment, he's got to cope with Josh Perwin, who had a look on the inside. That was a cheeky little move by the Aussie. It will be a race to the line. Hamilton in blue, Perwin in green, the black of Fikri and the white of Tobagas and Andy Karama.
Oh, it breaks late. Oh, that's it. That's pretty much the last place overtake. I think Alif's got it. Can he hold out? One more corner to go.
Alif Hamilton in the blue, looking for 2 wins out of 3 races today. Corner number 14 for Singapore in the blue. Alif Hamilton, who bided his time, who took his opportunity, takes the victory ahead of Josh Perwin. A brilliant day for Fikri Seguir. Ends in 3rd. Tobagas and Andika. Daryl Brady in 6th. Siswoyo 7th. Haziq in 8th. Dan Wells 9th. And Mohammed Nakib a distant 10th.
Okay, Des, so we have a nice surprise. I believe we have Alif Hamilton on the line. He won last week in Zhuhai and he finished 2nd in race 1 and 2 in Group A. Alif, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Ah, cool. The levels are okay as well. We can hear you too. Good.
Great.
You must be quite happy with that. Take us through your day so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, qualifying had, I think, a few mistakes which should have me on pole, but it's okay. That's racing.
And then yeah, race 1 had a good tussle with Miko, which unfortunately lengthened the gap to Andika, but that's fine. And then race 2, yeah, the first lap was really crazy with the usual mayhem.
Yeah. So race 1, how did you get past Nasi? Because we missed that, unfortunately.
I think I went wrong. I went around the outside in turn 1.
Right. Got him there.
Or yeah, turn 1. Yeah, I just brake at about 100 meters, so he kept his line on the inside, but I just had a nice white line and took him by turn 2.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers giving you respect out there. I think Ayman was very courteous to you in the last corner of race 2. If that was me, I think I would have leaned on you a bit more. But it allowed you to get to second position, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was being respectful to him as well, knowing that if I made a silly move, there are like 3-4 guys behind us, and that would have just taken away the podium. So I was just giving him space, didn't outbrake or didn't even brake. We broke very early, and then just right around the outside, and had a good exit.
Okay, cool. So well done. What are your plans now? You've obviously made the final. You're looking in quite good position in the championship. Are you just going to attack, or are you going to play a little bit more careful?
I mean, you got to take every race as a brand new race, you know. So I'm going to attack, but I also have the championship in the back of my mind. Okay. So if anything big or anything silly comes up, I'll just know to back off or stuff.
Yeah. Okay, man. Well done. Congratulations. Best of luck for the final coming up in over an hour. Speak to you soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Alif Hamilton. He's probably done enough. Well, he has done enough to make the final. Mathematically, that could be enough to win the championship as well. We'll only be able to tell you at the end of all the protests and the official race results have come in. Keep an eye out on all the social media that's going to go through the week, where Alex gets the drivers together and they look at all the penalties and everything. But a terrific performance from Alif Hamilton, and the championship leader picking up back-to-back second places. But he's not the only person who we should be focusing on. We have tried to go behind the scenes and get the guys during the lockdown period just put a camera on themselves and introduce themselves to us. And one of the exciting drivers that we've got coming up in race number 2 from Group B, and hoping to improve on a disappointing week from last week, is Nakib Aslan, the young Malaysian. So let's meet Nakib Aslan.
Hi, my name's Nakib. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently studying in Uni 10 Bangi, and I've only done competitive sim racing for 2 years. Well, I only entered one competition, so this is my second ERGP Global Edition, which hopefully will be the road to my dream career, which is being a racing driver. So I hope you continue supporting me in the remaining rounds and wish me luck. Thank you.
Of course, we wish you luck, Nakib. He's had a terrific season so far. Not so great last week at Zhuhai. The circuit you've chosen for this week, though, is Sepang, one very close to your own heart, and one that Nakib will have driven round many times. Another guy who's driven round it, and he did a flying lap for us, is Miko Nasi. So let's take a flying lap around Sepang Circuit.
All right, welcome to Lintar Antarbangsa Sepang, the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia, not far from the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. So we'll be starting a lap here, going nice and wide for a good exit. This is the final corner, and focusing a nice exit for these almost kilometer-long straights. And looking for turn 1, our brake boards are on the left-hand side. We'll be braking somewhere around the 100-meter board, bringing the car to the inside of the corner quite early. We don't need a quick exit here because there's a very slow corner coming up. Just understeered a little bit wide there. So focus on a good exit here from turn 2 for this very long full throttle sector, which includes turn 3 that we're going through now. Just nice and smooth with the steering. Getting the car to the left-hand edge. Look for the brake boards on the left. Braking around the 100-meter board. Here for turn 4. And depending on the car you're driving, you can monster the curb on the inside, a little bit on the outside as well. And then all the way wide for the entry to turn 5, waiting for the understeer before easing off the throttle. You're controlling the car as much with the throttle here as you are with the steering wheel. And trying to get a good exit for turn 6, look for the brake boards on the left. The 50-meter board is actually at 100 meters from the corner. but we break better reference point. It's actually the Marshall post on the left-hand side. And then turn 9, when the slowest corner is coming up, look for the asphalt on the right, braking roughly 20 meters after it, getting the car right up to the apex, uphill acceleration here, and the turn 10 kink. This is a tough corner coming up 11. You can't really have any good brake reference points, so you're just looking to be braking roughly 50 meters before the corner, and all the way to the right for turn 12. Easing off the throttle for the very quick turn 12, using the curb on the inside if you can. Look for the escape road on the right back there for your braking point. Another really tricky corner to find a good flow for, to find a good braking point. And then we can relax and breathe a little bit on the back straight, wave to all the fans in the grandstand, and prepare to look for the half track on the right hand side for your braking point. Just as that starts is right around 100 meters. And patiently trying to get the car to the inside. Didn't quite work that time. But the off-camber corner there creates a bit of crest on the exit as well, and that often lights up the rears. Just need to be nice and patient with the throttle. And that was a lap of the Sepang International Circuit. Let's have some fun in the race.
Dig those socks, Nico. Love them. I think the foot controls just to tell you left from right. That's what most people normally do. Nasi has probably done enough to make it through to the final with his performance from Group A. Our focus now is on Group B. Let's just have a look at the championship standings, though, Alex, just to talk about the people who we should be really looking at. And we mentioned Mohammed Nakib earlier on.
So Group B, for the guys, the top 10 in the championship are split up, where the even numbers are in Group B and the odd numbers are Group A. So Nakib is in Group B, Josh Perwin, Dan Wells, Aman Hazik, Jaka Susoyo. So these are all the guys in Group B. So yeah, they're really fighting for the championship. Look, Nakib there with that big gap to Alif Hamilton. Hamilton did not have a perfect Group A. So if Nakib really wants to fight for the championship, he's under pressure now to get some points. He really needs to try and win at least one of the races in Group B today.
One dark horse in that little group, Fikri Segir, had a terrific time last week. 3 races in that round. He won one, second one, third in the other. So you can't do much better than a podium in all 3 races. So look out for Fikri. It was his first appearance of the season. Too late to win the championship, but very, very much good enough to actually impact on the championship standings.
So here are the drivers. We just mentioned the Group B. Quite a few guys there. Any new ones there, Des?
Down at the bottom, Afif Suhaimi is new for us, Pereira new, and Jason Tay from Singapore. Good to see Leona Chin coming back. I'd love Leona to put in a point-scoring appearance. But the ones I want are the wild card. I just mentioned Fikri. He drove so well last week. I enjoyed his aggression. But the big names are, of course, Nakib, Josh Perwin, Dan Wells, and Ayman Hazik will be looking for a good series as well.
Okay, well, back to Fikri. You mentioned Fikri. Here he is. He's in a BMW this weekend, Des. He had such a great drive. He won his group race and finished third in the final at Zhuhai in the Porsche, in the old generation Porsche. But he says the Porsche doesn't work for these sort of tracks, and I believe him, because Zhuhai is a very specific track. There's a lot of hairpins, tight corners, so you need a car that's good under brakes and good for traction. And that's what the Porsche is good at. But for these sort of longish corners, look, like this one, turn 5 and 6, where it's constant radius for a while, you need a car with a very good balance. And the Porsche doesn't have that, especially when you get on the power. It goes to so much understeer. So Fikri here said he had to change to the BMW because this car is just so much quicker around this kind of track.
But he had the old school Porsche last week, which we rather loved him for, didn't we? So he was a crowd favourite or a commentator favourite even before the races began.
Absolutely. Now I wanted to go to Josh Perwin, but I think he's in the pits. We'll go back to him later because he's a driver that's not won a final, and he's overdue one. Hasn't really shown much pace at Sepang yet, so he's got to find a bit more time. Another driver that's very quick, Alwin Taruna from Indonesia, and of course Jaka Susoyo. Jaka Susoyo has been stunningly quick this year. Just hasn't been able to quite put it together in the final. Could this be the day for him?
We're talking about the championship contenders here, but let's talk about Leona Chin, who was been competing, had a couple of times, a couple of rounds. She was in the test round that we did. Seems a long time ago now in China. But what does she need to do to really try to get some points on the board?
She had such a great test race, didn't she, at Shanghai? She finished second in the reverse grid race. in her group. And I remember her holding off Eduardo Mortara, and Mortara went down the inside, actually spun trying to overtake Leona Chin. So that did not work for her. So, but since that test race, I've seen all the drivers have been putting in the hours, putting in the practice. Leona just needs to do more laps, I think, so she can get her level a bit closer to the guys at the front.
Dan Wells isn't too far off the top of the championship standings. He's 5th overall. He got himself a couple of podiums in round 1 of the season. Hasn't had a podium since then. Is that to do with his form? What's been going wrong with Dan?
Yeah, Dan's been doing a lot of other racing as well. So, as Jason Tay just goes around the outside of him. Dan's been doing a lot of other racing. I know he's got another race later tonight as well. So maybe his focus has not been so laser focused as some of the other guys in this championship, because you do need to put in the time, you do need to put in the hours if you want to win in this category.
Okay, qualification is about to get underway. Dan Wells isn't the man in that car there. We will get that sorted in just a moment. So Josh Perwin is the first one who we will see, and Josh has had a really good season. He's 4th in the overall championship standings, has got 1 victory to his name and 3 other podiums in this season. And the young Aussie is always there or thereabouts amongst the leading contenders, Alex.
Absolutely. The 17-year-old from Perth comes through turn 2. Let's follow him for this lap. Now out of turn 2, through turn 3, easy flat in the dry. Keeping it nice and tight, which you want to for trying to do a nice short distance. You don't want to be up on the curb on the exit of 3. That's just wasteful. Ooh, he brakes super late for turn 4. Makes the apex, gets good exit. That was a really late break for turn 4. 29.2 for sector 1. He's purple, not surprised. And that's a pretty good time. That's comparable with the Group A sector 1s. Now this one, sector 2. This is where you really need to get sector 2 right if you want to be on pole. I mean, you really, I know it's crazy to say that because you want to be great in all 3 sectors to get on pole, and that is true, but sector 2 is the hard one to get right. As he gets exit of turn 7 and 8, so far looking quite clean. Short straight for turn 9. Where does he brake? Ooh, at the 100 meters exactly. Rotates it, holds the brake to the apex. Nice exit. Turn 10, turn 11 now. He's purple in sector 2. I can't remember what they were doing in sector 2 in Group A, so I'm not sure if that's good enough for pole. But so far, he's looked very clean as he goes through turn 12 now. Small break through turn 12. Very aggressive. Now for turns 13. Turn 14 as it tightens up here. Ooh, he's late on the power there. That's going to cost him. You want to be on the power full throttle a bit earlier for turn 12. That will cost him as he goes down this massively long back straight to the last corner. Will it cost him pole position? I do not know. We will just see him cross the line. I think he'll be pole position for now, but there are a lot of quick guys coming up behind him.
Josh Perwin comes through at the end of the lap. He was quickest through sectors 1 and 2. His time is going to be pretty rapid. 2:02.745. That really is rapid. It puts him at the very top of the leaderboard at the moment. Now Mohammed Nakib, he comes through at the start of his lap. My fault. That's Mohammed Nakib.
He goes pole, 2:02.3.
Wow,
that's
did
a
that well.
Good lap. That's a really good lap.
And Fikri Segir, who we mentioned, he is currently in P3. Who's out setting lap times at the moment? Out on the track is Sizwoyo, also looking to get himself high up. So at the moment, it's Nakib and Josh Perwin on the first row of the grid. Fikri and Damwell second row of the grid. And a debutant Pereira on the third row. No, it's not a debutant. Junior's had a couple of races so far. Jason Tay there. Pereira drops down. Tarunya goes quicker than Nakib. Now then, Jayaka Sizwoyo. How quick can he be? He was just 0.2 of a second out at the end of sector 2. Comes in 5th place at the moment.
He won't be happy with that. He just bled some time through that third sector. But I tell you what, Nakib under pressure because he knows he's fighting for the championship with Alif Hamilton from Group A, and he needed to snatch pole. Now what he needs to do is make sure he gets a good start because he's also been hit a lot this year. He got punted out of second position in Buriram. He got punted out of 4th position last week in Zhuhai. So, you know, he's had his share of bad luck, and he needs to make sure he gets through turns 1 and 2 cleanly.
So Nakib and Taruna will be on the front row of the grid. Josh Perwin and Fikri. Tell you what, that's a very, very tasty looking second row of the grid. So just awaiting the guys are in the garage before they will magically appear on the track.
Yep, there they are. Some of the cars there. They're getting wheeled up by these invisible ghosts. This always tickles me when I see this, because in real life you have to get in the car and go around the whole lap, and then you have a whole bunch of mechanics that descend in the car and make sure everything's okay. But this is so much easier. Computer says let it be so, and there they are, lined up on the grid.
eRacing Grand Prix race number 1 about to get underway. Alex Young and Des Corkill are in the commentary box for you. Alex with the analysis, Des with the screaming and the shouting, as we are just about ready to get through. The red lights are on. Nakib and Tarunya on pole. Nakib on the left, Tarunya on the right. Behind them, Perwin, Fikri Sega. Third row, Sizwoyo and Dan Wells. We are underway. Nakib's got off to a solid start at the back. Melvin Moe's made up a couple of places as well. Dragged through as Josh Perwin into P2 at the moment alongside Tarunya. But it's Nakib who's off to the best start. Perwin tries to go on the inside of Tarunya. Can't quite get there. Yes, he can. Then into corner number 2, also congested, but everybody safely through corner 1 and 2, and Nakib nice and safe. Nice start, Alex Young.
Yeah, it's really congested up there. Josh Perwin up to 3rd. He'll be very pleased with that. He's still got Taruna between him and the leader, but more importantly, Nakib, after that bad run of getting hit quite a lot, has had a clean start, and now he's out at front, and he'll be hard to catch because he has the pace to stay there.
It is all really very congested. We're on the back here of P7, which is Faiz Ryan. Fikri just ahead of him. Fikri from Indonesia. All in the BMWs. It's BMWs right the way down. 1 through 13. They really have dominated. Up at the front, Nakib. Well, now he's in the lead. He will be very, very difficult to haul in, Alex.
Yeah, he will be very tough. It'll be very tough for him. He's getting it perfectly, and he's putting out a small gap. We're looking in the back from the race leader Nakib onto Taruna in the white and red car. We've watched Taruna win a race this year already, and Josh Perwin in the green car in 3rd position, Susoyo in 4th position, Dan Wells from Hong Kong in 5th, as they now come through turns 12 and 13 before turn 14 now.
That's a really good first lap from Mohamed Nakib. We just saw him earlier on. He's a young fella. He says he's only been competing for 2 years. What a introduction that he's made, though. Nakib in P1, 0.9 of a second clear of Tarunya. Josh Perwin being unable to make any headway in the first lap. Sizwoyo and Dan Wells and Fikri Segir carrying on his good form from last week. Into the final corner, turn number 15 at the end of lap number 1. And it is Nakib who was on pole, has led from the first corner and leads by nearly a second at the end of lap 1, Alex.
Yeah. Taruna also dropping Josh Perwin behind. Perwin still struggling for pace. He's actually, all the Aussies have been struggling for pace at Sepang a bit, because everyone in this region, from Southeast Asia at least, races Sepang a lot. And we talked about at the top of the show, the Australians don't drive Sepang that often, so for them it's been a new track. And Josh, I think, is still not come to grips of how to drive Sepang just yet.
Let's look at some of these strugglers a little bit further down the track. Leona Chin in 14th place at the moment. She's opted to go for the Porsche alongside Paul Au. Richard Bradley from the UK is always worth getting on the tail end of, but he's in P16 at the moment. Bringing up the rear is Junior Pereira, who had a dreadful start. He's got Mark Voltaire Elman from Philippines ahead of him. So they are at the tail. They are 16, 17 and 18 respectively. Up at the front, Nakib. That lead hasn't got any bigger from Tarunya. It just seems to have got bigger somehow.
Yeah, it looks like it's just settling down quite a bit, isn't it? No one seems to be making any moves at the moment. And Nakib, wow, he's looking very good. I'll tell you who else has been having a good lap, Des. It's Melvin Moe. He had to sit out qualifying, so he started from the very back, and he's made a good job to go from very last position up to 12th position now, as he's shadowing Scotty Lee from Hong Kong.
Melvin Moe it is in the green and black. Ahead of them, Nakib still leading the way. We're still on Melvin Moe. Let's have a look at Nakib, how good that lead is. Yeah, it's still exactly the same. He's very happy with that lead ahead of Tarunya. as they come down to the end of corner number 2. Nice and cool, a little wiggle from Tarunya. That might be nothing to do with his driving, but he is pushed a little bit wide. Josh Perwin not being able to make any kind of a move as yet on P2. Alex, what's going on with Josh?
Yeah, he's just struggling to hit his marks. He's struggling to, I mean, he's hitting his marks actually. He's a very experienced driver, despite only being 17 years old. But he's just not, he doesn't quite have the pace of the other 2 cars in front of him. And Taruna, obviously from Indonesia, suffering with a bit of lag because he's seeing his car twitching quite a bit. I bet his ping numbers aren't fantastic. But you know, there's 10 minutes to go, and we saw in the previous race there was quite a bit of tyre wear towards the end of the race. So it could liven up to it in the last few minutes.
A little bit further down, let's have a look at what Fikri Sege is doing. He's in the BMW, that familiar colours for him, the black and white for Fikri, but the change of car doesn't really seem to have helped him. He had 3 podiums last weekend in Zhuhai. This weekend not being able to make an impact on the front 3.
Yeah, shame about that. Also, let's look a little bit further down. There's a good battle here with Micho Chia and Lei Sabino. We haven't seen Lei Sabino for a while. Micho Chia, his TCR Southeast Asia champion from 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And drove in WTCR at Sepang last year. So it's good to see him up there. P9. If he can make a couple more positions, that should serve him quite well to try and make the final as well.
That's the battle for P8. Not a lot between them. It's Scotty Lee from Hong Kong who is right behind that little battle in P8. They are indeed the only ones who are really dueling at the moment. It's a bit of a procession just at the moment, Alex Young. About time you introduce some rain into this game.
I think so. It's some rain. But you know, this is a virtual world, so we could do all sorts of things. I wish I had a button and I could just go, okay, reverse grid now, just to mix things up. But yeah, anyway, it's sometimes we have this. Sometimes not every race can be as exciting as the previous races we've had today.
Back onto the front. There's Nakib, and the differential between Nakib and second place is it's over a second now. It's not gone up significantly, but it is increasing, and he just doesn't seem to miss a turning, miss a braking point, miss an apex, miss anything. He's a very neat and tidy driver.
I tell you what, though, the lap before, Nakib did a 2:02.5, which is very quick for race pace. He's got the fastest lap at the moment. I suppose that's what the other drivers can start thinking about trying to fight. Josh Perwin just did a 2:02.7, so he's getting quicker. And look at that, he is getting quicker because he's closing the gap to Taruna.
Yeah, Josh Perwin getting on the tail end of Tarunya. There he is in the green and gold, as they like to see. I love the way the virtual spectators are obeying social distancing rules as well. That's rather good. Little bit further down, nice little battle going on between Leona Chin and Jason Tay. Leona just losing a place, or has she got herself in there? So at the moment, Jason Tay in 13, Leona in P14. But once again, maybe just hasn't quite got enough speed to get on the tail end. She is, though, currently in the points.
Yes, she is. Only 17 drivers left back in the race. Richard Bradley, unfortunately, he's all the way in the UK, and he seems to have left the race now. I think he has been struggling because the thing is, the server is here in Japan, so the UK is quite far away. And there he is. He's been rejected perhaps by the system.
Back to the front. 1, 2, 3, 4. The procession continues. Fikri in 5. Nakib, Tarunya, Perwin. The gap is around about a second, as it has been for each of the last 3 laps. It's very sedate by eRacing Grand Prix standards. Yep. But Nakib will be very happy with that.
Susoyo made a good move. I just noticed that.
Just got ahead of Perwin, huh?
Yeah, Perwin had dropped back going down the back straight, and I think he'd made a mistake or something. Maybe he's pushing too hard. And that allowed Susoyo to get a run on him to the last corner. Now Josh, looking for the turn 1, trying to come back at the Indonesian. If you're going to go on the outside, you've got to try and outbrake the car on the inside. He was unable to do that. Susoyo keeps that position. What can Perwin do now? Can he get a better exit? He has got a good exit, but he didn't use all the road there. He should have just used the road there. I know there's a risk he might tap Susoyo, but I think it was worth it at that point. He's in the slipstream, but I don't think he's close enough for turn 4. He has a look, shows his nose. maybe just trying to unsettle Susoyo as they exit turn 4. Now we go to turns 5 and 6. 5 and 6, sorry, you're not going to overtake, not in these conditions. So Perwin then looks back here. So you have to focus on 7 and 8. 7 and 8 coming up. Those are the corners you have to nail. If he nails 7 and 8, then he has a chance of overtaking to turn 9. So watch as they come. Oh, he gets the apex nicely. Does Perwin full throttle? No, but Susoyo also gets turn 7 and 8 perfectly. Perwin's not close enough, and Susoyo should defend nicely into turn 9.
Good defensive driving from Susoyo. I know you've been very impressed with the way that he has raced so far. Also, Josh Perwin as well. Josh is in contention to win the junior title, which does have a real racing trial or real racing test drive for the victor.
Well, he's up against actually Mohammed Nakib for that.
There's the problem.
Yeah, because Josh is 17 and Nakib's 19, so they're both within the junior title range. Coming out of turn 14 now, Josh Perwin looking at the back. Yeah, wow, it really is a spread out race. We're not normally used to such spread out races. I guess we can go back to Melvin Moe. He's starting to get closer to Scott Lee with Mitchell Chia just in front of those two. Mitchell was unable to make a move in Le Sabino, and you can see Le Sabino in the white car in the foreground pulling away from the black car, Mitchell Chia. Scotty Lee in the yellow car now defending from Melvin Moe. Melvin Moe, he'll fancy his chances. He's been quite quick on the leaderboard, so I think he has got the pace to try and get closer and try and make a move.
Scotty Lee in the yellow, a little bit further down. This is Josh Perwin still trying to, a little bit higher up. Josh Perwin still trying to make a move now on Susoyo. It was a mistake at the end of the previous lap. We've only got 4 minutes to go, and the way we've almost got a mistake-free a couple of laps from most of the drivers. So one mistake as Perwin made really has cost him an awful lot, because he's lost from P3 to P4, and you can't see others making mistakes.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just point out Taruna, though. I think Taruna has a mechanical issue. And in the virtual world, it may not be a mechanical issue with the car, but it's a mechanical issue with the internet. You can see that car looks a bit banged up, and you can see it's just moving around a bit. That's the lag. His ping is obviously not very well. And let's not forget, in Dubai, he was in the top 3 when he was ejected from the race as well due to a poor internet connection. So I hope he can hang in there, because he's driving magnificently, and second place would be a good reward for the Indonesian. But I'm just worried about his internet connection at the moment.
We just needed to hold on for another 3.5 minutes for him. We don't want technical problems to be the problem that costs Taruna a podium place, which, as you quite rightly said, he's been denied one already. It's Nakib who has the comfortable lead from Taruna, and third place is Jaya Susoyo. Now then, how close is Susoyo on the back of Taruna? The answer is it's probably about 1.5 seconds adrift.
Yeah, I think it's really is spread out. Well, we've got 2 more laps to go. I think the top 5 are pretty much set at the moment. Yeah, but yes, I mean, we talk about technical difficulties. You know, it's just like real racing, I guess. You can always have an engine blow up or gearbox blow up, and you got nothing to do with it. That's the same thing with online racing, but it tends to be internet derived when things go wrong.
Let's go down to something a little bit more competitive. This is Mitchell Chia.
Oof, runs wide.
Runs very right, currently in P12 at the moment. It's Afif Suhaimi in the Audi who he is chasing. And indeed, Afif Suhaimi has actually just got the better of Mitchell Chia, overtook him on the previous long straight. So maybe the Audi is performing pretty well on the long straights and difficult to control around the tight corners. You can see Mitchell leaves the braking very late. Audi performing quite nicely for Afif Suhaimi.
Yeah. It's quite interesting watching Mitchell, because he looks like a real-life driver. Now, I've seen quite a bit of racing this year. A lot of the real-life drivers, when they come in, they tend to be a little bit messy about making the apexes sometimes. And you can see Mitchell running wide a bit. He was challenging Le Sabino for 8th position, so he must have made a mistake, and now he's back in 11th. Now he's all over Afif Suhaimi. There's enough time, one more lap after this one. So let's see if he can get on the back of the Audi to try and get back into the top 10.
Temporarily, let's have a look at Nakib, see how he's doing. Yeah, just lap times are getting very, very consistent at 2:02.5 last time out, which is still the fastest lap that anybody has put out there.
That was his fastest lap. But I tell you what, the fastest lap of the race has now gone to Fikri Sagir. He did a 2:03.7. Sorry, a 2:03.5. He's just a couple hundredths quicker than Nakib. So Fikri Sagir has just found a lot of pace at some point.
In the 15-minute race, Nakib will have one more lap to go. We've got 50 seconds left of race time, but then you complete the lap that you are on. That takes well, they are going to go through the start-finish line, so there will be one lap more. Maybe a little bit of chance of a little bit of dueling, but the way they are all spread out like this, Nakib, very comfortable lead for Nakib. 1.47 seconds from Tarunya. Sizwoyo makes it in Indonesia 2-3.
Yeah, apologies just now. Fastest lap is still with Muhammad Nakib with a 2:05. He has still got the fastest lap. Interesting enough, the lap times are really dropping off to about a second slower. They're all in the mid-3s now. So Taiwan is coming in, but that's okay. There's only one more lap to go.
On board with Leo Sabino, you mentioned him. He was at one stage down in P11 and 12. He's got himself up into P8 and trying to get onto the tail end there of Mohammed Faiz.
Yep.
Afif Suhaimi has dropped down quite a bit. Jason Tay has got ahead of him. Junior Pereira behind him, but Jason Tay and Mitchell Che have got ahead of Afif Suhaimi in the Audi, who at one stage was riding in the top 10, is now down to P13. That's a little bit further down. He will score points, almost certainly scoring 25 points, and an extra bonus will be Mohammed Nakib. This could be the perfect race number 1. Fastest in qualifying, fastest lap, and also leading the race by now more than he ever has, over 2 seconds, Alex.
Yeah, that's perfect. We talked about the pressure he was under coming into this race because of a poor Shuhai race in the last round, and this is the perfect start. Maybe it's a shot of warning to Alif Hamilton from Group 1. Alif will be watching this and he'll see his championship contender scoring maximum points, which was what Alif was unable to do in Group A. So, you know, Nakib, half the battle's done, or shall I say 1/3 of the job is done, because we've got a reverse grid race after this, and of course the final after that.
Behind him, Tarunya will come through. It looks like the lag isn't going to affect him. He'll come through for his best result of the season. But Alif Hamilton comes into this final corner. Just needs to make sure he doesn't make a mistake. He hasn't made a mistake all day. Mohammed Nakib comes through and will pick up win number 5 of the season of the eRacing GP Series. Nakib wins it. Tarunya second. Sizwoyo has a bit of fun in third. Josh Perwin fourth. Fikri Sagir continues his fine form in fifth. Dan Wells for Hong Kong in sixth. Faz Ryan in seventh. Sabino eighth. And Scotty Lee just pipped by the Porsche of Au for 9th, or has Au dropped out? Oh no, Au has dropped out a little bit down in P11. But terrific from Nakib, a perfect performance, Alex Young.
Yeah, well done. Like I said, that was the job to do, wasn't it, Des?
Well, you can't ask for more than that. Alif Hamilton set the task. 40 points for Alif Hamilton. But Nakib has responded. But let's talk about quickly Arjun Tarunya. Best performance, Arwin Tarunya, best performance of the season, and we owe him that.
He won a race, remember, in Dubai. So this is the second best performance. Was unable to participate in Dubai, but in Dubai he won the opening group race, and he was the quickest.
He did.
But he's not had the measure of Nakib, and Nakib definitely had a couple tenths over everyone else. So now we come to the reverse grid race. I tell you what, Des. I'm really looking forward to that, because I really don't know what's going to happen.
We'll see if Richard Bradley can get his internet sorted out. He's not registering on the score chart just at the moment, which is down to my right hand side. You'll see me glancing down. We've both got a score chart going, so we can see what's going on in terms of competitors. But Richard Bradley finished 18th. If he can get it, it looks like he is. The old distinctive the black
Green.
and white.
No, Bradley's always in the green car. He's changed the same colours as Perwin. So it looks like Perwin, but it's Bradley on the front row in pole position. And second place is the Porsche of... Oh, I can't remember who's... But Porsche someone.
I'm just glad Richard Bradley's there, because he's always good fun when he's in the lead. There's always something happens when the Englishman takes to the tracks that we put for you in Asia. So... Reverse grid race about to get underway. eRacing GP. Alex Young and Des Corkill in the commentary box for you. Bradley on pole with Mark Elman from Philippines alongside him. Leona Chin and Al on the second row. It's Porsche in 2, 3 and 4. What a start that is from Mark Valter. Elman comes around the side of Bradley. Leona Chin got off to a decent start as well. Indeed, it is Leona Chin who's got herself in the lead ahead of Bradley. Pereira, Mark Valter, Elman has gone backwards. Bradley now in the front. It is all changing.
Oh, cars just touching and touching all the way through that. Bradley able to make second position his own through turn 2. Had to get a bit rough with the Piero on the outside of him. But yeah, he's got that gap. Bradley, very experienced European Le Mans driver. But Leona Chin in first position. It's great to see her there right at the front.
Let's have a look at the tail end. There's a lot of problems there. Au has spun off. We are on with Faiz. Behind them, it's so congested. Scotty Lee, he's down in P12. That's not quite the shot I was after. That's the shot I'm after for Scotty Lee. Maybe not. There we go. Scotty Lee, he's down in P12 on the tail of Melvin Moe. He's got Afif Sohami in the Audi around him as well, but it is still Richard Bradley who is leading. He's in the green and gold as well, but it's the green and gold of Great Britain. Leona Chin in the black Porsche goes too wide and is edged out by Junior Pereira. Pereira takes P2. Bradley in P1.
Yeah. Just further back behind them, let's see what the cars. Nakib has had a great first lap. This is the best first lap I've seen him have. Oh, Leona spins out. But Nakib is now up to 6th position. He's had a very aggressive first lap. We've seen him in the past be too careful on the first lap and not make enough positions. He knows he's under pressure to try and win this race if he wants to take the fight to Hamilton. Look at that. He's up to 5th position now. Great first lap by Mohamed Nakib.
Yeah, even better than that, he's got himself up into P4 because he's just overtaken Mitchell Cheer as well. Wow, he's looking very much for a win double to get up into a P4 from the real tail of the grid as he's edged outside. Now then, that was Bradley, I think, who went backwards.
Bradley spun. Mitchell Cheer, super aggressive, braking really late, sending one down from way back, able to get Nakib. He's now in front. And Nakib was very lucky not to get in that incident with Richard Bradley. Okay, down the inside, tries to pressure Mitchell. Will Mitchell be able to slow down the car? No, he runs wide, like we've seen him run wide a few times before. Nakib covers the inside now. Smart, doesn't let Mitchell get back at him. And now he's at P3. He's in a perfect position. But look in front, he's got Josh Purwin in second position. If he wants to take that win, he's going to have to get past the Australian as well.
Junior Pereira is leading for Macau. That's a rarity. Now then, has Pereira got the wherewithal to hold on for 12 minutes under pressure from Purwin and Nakib? Mitchell Chair 4, Dan Wells from Hong Kong. He is in P5. Two very similar vehicles. Dan Wells is the man chasing Mitchell Cheer. It's the Hong Kong racer against Mitchell Cheer from Malaysia. Out in the distance, Junior Pereira looks to be driving pretty well. Has got a full second lead from Josh Purwin, but it is a long way from home.
Yes, it is. A long way from 11 and a half minutes. It's actually, I mean, we're talking about sprint races, 15-minute sprint races. But there's so much action going on that it sometimes can feel like there's forever to go. Because even though we see a driver not do so well in the first lap, so you always know there's enough time for him to come back as Pierre runs wide at turn 11. That's going to cost him some time. So the Australian Josh Purwin, the youngster from Perth, hunts down Pereira in the black car.
A little bit further behind, Dan Wells has got himself into P4. He looks backwards on Mitchell Cheer. There is Mitchell Cheer, and Faiz Ryan is also there as well. That is how competitive it is. But Dan Wells has just got himself a little bit of space in P4. Interesting to see how they take this corner as they come down at the end of the long straight. There is Dan Wells in P4 ahead of Mitchell Cheer. The Hong Kong driver has done really well. And the start-finish line will see Pereira leading Purwin, leading Nakib, leading Wells, leading Cheer.
Yeah, coming down for turn 1. He's not close enough. Purwin is quite clever driver. He won't try any silly moves like sending it down the inside from too far back. So he'll just stalk his rival who's right in front of him for the lead. Has to be mindful though that Nakib is bearing down on him as well. But Nakib's also another driver that is not prone to rash decisions. So the two of them will look at the leader now. They'll know it's the fight is between the two of them. If Perwin is clever, and we know he's clever, he'll be thinking, all right, okay, so I have the pace to overtake Pereira in front of me, but how do I do it so that I don't compromise Pereira? Because if he doesn't compromise Pereira, then that black car will end up between his car and Nakib, and that's what he wants. He wants that perfect scenario, because if he can get a car between him and Nakib, then he can try and break away while Nakib gets past the black car. Whereas if Perwin overtakes Pereira and causes Pereira to run wide, that's going to allow Nakib to come by. But all that might be mute, because Nakib's now looking down the inside for turn 9.
Nakib does have a little look. No movement on that particular lap. You suspect it's only a matter of time. A little bit further down, the battle for P4 is raging on. Jaka Sizwoyo and Fikri Sege on the back of Faiz Ryan. And Fikri in the BMW, where on the tail of Fikri, he did temporarily get himself into P5, but took the wrong line. But there is real pressure on the back of the Indonesian Faiz Ryan. Fikri has driven really well once again without having the same speed as last week, as Sizwoyo goes through the inside as they come into turn number 14. Sizwoyo into P4. Fikri, can he get in the slipstream and move himself also ahead of Faiz Ryan?
Oh, it's a good fight scrap there. Turn 1 though, last corner though, it looks like the battle's also heating up for the lead there. Oh no! Oh.
Fikri, a little knock through into P4. Is he able to hold on? Fikri has just about been able to hold on. Jaka Sizwoyo tries to fight back, but Fikri takes 2 positions in that one corner, and Faiz Ryan is pushed back in the lead. Josh Perwin and Nakib have both gone past Junior Pereira.
Yes, that wasn't what Josh wanted. We just talked about it earlier. Josh wants to get in and take the lead, but have the black car in between him and his rival. But that's not happened, and Nakib was able to follow him through. Now he's going to have a look into turn 4. He's close enough to send one down the inside, but Nakib, we talked about it, he's a bit more cautious as a driver. He knows he's got his time, and that's a smart move. There's 8 minutes to go. There's still plenty of time to try and overtake Josh for the lead in a less risky scenario.
Junior Pereira was in the lead for best part of 2.5 laps, but has lost that. He's now in P3. He's got a 5.5 second advantage though over the man in P4, Fikri Sege, and Fikri's in a duel, so maybe Pereira could be on for his best result of the season, because we're halfway through this race. He's done half the job.
Yes, he has. Very, very good. I mean, this is pretty much similar points to Alif Hamilton. Well, no, it's better than Alif Hamilton's points, because he's got a first, and if he finishes here, it's a second for Nakib, whereas Alif had 2 second positions. But I tell you what, first position would be quite tasty for the Malaysian.
Looking back onto Mohammed Nakib, we are with Josh Perwin, who needs to beat Nakib. Let's not forget that these two are in a battle as well. Nakib had a little look around the outside as they come down the back straight one more time. What have we got? 7 minutes still to go. That is 4+ laps.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I thought Josh was in trouble there because he ran a bit wide at turn 14. I thought Nakib was going to have a look down the inside, but he managed to gather the car up and have a good exit and conserve the lead. You know, I think this is going to go down to the last lap, Des, because we also have to worry about tyre wear here. Which of these 2 cars used up more rubber coming through the field just now? That is the question to ask, because the one that's used up more rubber is going to have trouble towards the end of the race.
There is the pressure that Nakib is putting on the back of Josh Perwin. A real view of the grill there, and Nakib just has to step back temporarily. In the meantime, Pereira hasn't been lost completely. Indeed, he is being dragged along by the 2 races in front of him, and he's increased his advantage over Jaka Sizwoyo to over 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's doing good lap times as well. Pereira 3.5. That's very, very good indeed. Obviously not the pace of the front 2 who are in 3 flats, 3 zeros, but still good pace here by Junior Pereira. Further back, let's have a look at a fight between Afif Sohaimi and Scott Lee. It's getting very close indeed as they follow Melvin Moe. Melvin Moe's also got some damage on that car, but he's in 6th position, which might be good enough to get him into the final. But he's got the 2 cars behind him. They're looking very close indeed. Still a bit further to go. 5.5 minutes. Oh, Scott Lee looking to the outside of Afif. I would have gone for the inside here. Oh, Afif has had a moment and he's spun off. That looks like his race is He's going to go right to the back now. Unfortunate for the young Malaysian. Back at the front, Mohamed Nakib looking like he's... this is the spot he got very close to Perwin a few laps ago, and he does again. But Perwin able to get the better exit out of this corner. So, but Nakib is close enough for the slipstream. He will gain some benefit of the slipstream behind the Australians' cars. And look, Josh knows that. He's moving around the track to try and break it. Oh, Nakib, is he making a move down the inside? Yes, he is. Is Perwin giving him space at the apex? Yes, they're giving each other space coming out of the last corner. Who gets a better exit? This is the drag down the start, finish straight down to turn 1. Perwin was able to get the better start. Nakib, though, is back into the slipstream, Des.
He certainly is. He's really made one move. Has another move as they come into the sharp right-hander. Perwin, though, has the good line. How can they come out of corner number 1? Nakib goes through into P1. Slides through ahead of Josh Perwin. There is normally no room to overtake there in corner number 1, but Mohamed Nakib has done exactly that. Nakib, for the first time, has got himself into the lead, but Perwin isn't giving this one up without a fight. Nakib, though, is he able to hold on to it? At the moment, the answer is yes. Nakib leads. Josh Perwin has to hold on for second place. Brilliant from Mohamed Nakib.
Yes, what a great position that was. You could see that Perwin was defending into turn 1. Maybe, and when you break offline in turn 1, it's very hard to get your breaking point right, and that's what I think happened with Perwin, because he slid a bit wide at the apex of turn 1, allowed Nakib to get under him. But the job wasn't done then. Nakib still had to defend into turn 2. He did that brilliantly, had to defend into turn 3 and 4, and now this is the result. The young Malaysian has taken the lead again, and he's on his way to a double win from Group B.
And that's exactly what he needed. He needed to get some points ahead of Alif Hamilton. He also needs to probably win the final as well, but he couldn't have put himself into a better position. It's Mohamed Nakib who is leading ahead of Josh Perwin in P2. Pereira still able to hold on, and credit to Pereira, he's hung on to these two, and Sizwoyo and Fazryan haven't been able to make much of a move ahead of them. Dan Wells, meantime, and Fikri have both had a moment, and they have spun out, and they are 12 and 13 respectively.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, now Nakib needs to try and get fastest lap as well. That's an additional 2 points. At the moment it goes to Perwin. He's done a 202.9. Mohamed Nakib's nowhere near that at the moment. So, but I think the tyres are too gone by now. It's the end of the race. Can Nakib snatch away fastest lap for Perwin? He only has 2 more laps to do this.
Josh Perwin has a look on the inside. Yeah, they will get another 2 laps in. Perwin! So close to getting through on the inside.
Yeah, Nakib there. He saw Perwin go to the inside then. I think it might have unsettled him. Maybe he braked too late. Allowed Perwin to have a look at him through turn 1, but was able to hold on. Perwin in the Australian car again looking to the inside of turn 4. He's not close enough now at the moment. He knows time's running out. He'll only have 1 more lap after this lap. So it really is getting tough for the Australian. The Australian, though, you know, he has the pace to try and take this from Nakib. But Nakib now, he looks like he's in the zone. He's nailing his corners right now. And he's pulling out a small gap to the Australian in the green car.
There's the bird's eye view that Junior Pereira's had for much of the last 3 laps. After both of the 2 ahead went ahead of him. He's currently in P3. 123. They might just squeeze enough time to get another lap in after this, which is exactly what Josh Perwin will be hoping to do. Let's have a look and see how Josh Perwin is close to the tail end of Nakib. Maybe not close enough to get into the slipstream, but he's got to make some move at some time, Josh Perwin.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's not given up. Although, bad exit out turn 11 cost him some time. Perwin has not given up though. He still thinks he can win this race. He knows he has 1 more lap after this. It's not over.
There's not going to be any change as they go down that back straight. Let's just go on to P13.
Whoa.
Fikri Segaras down well, slides out. Fikri into P12. Paul Au also in a bit of trouble. Jason Tay is next there. So perfect timing as Fikri, who made a mistake earlier on to drop down to P13. He gets himself back up into P12. Back into the final lap of the race though. The race leader, Nakib. Josh Perwin thinks of having a look down the inside. Nowhere near close enough to do so.
Yep, that's it. Would Josh try something to turn 2? No, he doesn't. Nakib keeps it nice and clean. Josh is doing a great job of hanging on to the Malaysian here. But bad exit out turn 2, and Nakib has a bit of breathing space between the two cars again.
So these are the first 3. In P4, you've got Siswoyo. This is Faiz Ryan in P5. Scotty Lee in P6. Sabino from Philippines in 7. And Mitchell Chair coming round that same corner, currently in P8, just ahead of Melvin Moe. Jason Tay completing the top 10, but Fikri is trying to get there. Now then, Josh Perwin, he is getting closer. It's 0.3 of a second between Nakib and Josh Perwin at the front. Perwin, there is the view that the Aussie has got of the back of the teenage Malaysian's car. Is he close enough, Alex Young?
Oh, he definitely is close enough. You can see there's not much space between the two cars. He's got to be perfect. These next 3 laps have to be perfect, starting with turn 11 all the way to turn 14. If Perwin can be perfect through those corners, he's got a chance to challenge Nakib into the last corner of the race, in fact. So there, go to the 12 and 13. Now it tightens up for turn 14. He has to brake late, and he's got to get a good exit. He's not close enough at the moment. Nakib gets a good exit as well. Now it's done and dusted. The gap is too big at the moment. Nakib, good 4 car lengths now between him and Perwin behind.
Josh Perwin just can't get close enough. Can't get into the slipstream. Nakib brakes for the final corner. It'll be maximum points once again. A perfect 15 points for Nakib. Perwin will come through in P2. So Nakib takes it. Perwin second. Terrific result for Junior Pereira finishing in 3rd. Jayas Woe happily finishes in 4th place. Faiz Ryan holds on to P5. Scotty Lee just gets ahead of Sabino for 6. Mitchell Cheer just ahead of Melvin Moe for 8 and 9. And Jason Che completes the top 10. Fikri picking up an 11th place after Paul Aus spun off. But this story is all about Mohammed Nakib, Alex Young.
Yeah, really pleased for the young Malaysian. Really, I didn't expect to see a double win out of this group. Alif had really done a good job in Group A. And Nakib really had to raise his game if he has any chance of taking this championship to the next round, to the last round. And wow, what a race. Dominant race 1, and very calculated, careful, and well-constructed race 2 win.
Mark Voltaire, Elman and Leona Chin come in out of the points to complete their race again. Good to see Leona, but it's a double for Nakib, but he couldn't get the fastest lap. Consolation for Perwin. He'll pick up 12 points for second, plus 2 points for the fastest lap, and a best result of the season for Junior Pereira. Siswoyo fast once again. Scotty Lee, good result for him in P6. Further down, Dan Wells, disappointing 13. Delighted to see England's Richard Bradley in the points down in P14. No, he's not in the points, is he? It's reverse grid.
Reverse grid. Well, that was great, Des. I hope not too many protest videos, but we'll have to check it out in a while. Very, very good. It's really setting us it up very well. There are a good 4 or 5 cars there with the pace to win, but I think Alif and Nakib have something on everyone at the moment. They're just able to be a bit more consistent. They seem to be able to do the lap time a little bit easier. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the final. The final's coming up in about 45 minutes, so we will be back soon. Des, you enjoy that?
That was terrific, and we're seeing some truly high quality racing. Hamilton, we saw the work that he could do with 2 seconds in race number 1. He's thrown down the gauntlet. The gauntlet has been picked up with a little bit of interest shown in by Mohammed Nakib. The final still to come. We're on air with you at 6:15, providing there aren't too many protests on the last 2 races, and the race itself starts around at 6:30. You're watching eRacing GP. It's the global edition, the final of round 5 to come at 6:30. Very good evening, and we welcome you back to the eRacing Grand Prix Global Edition. It's the Pro Final. We had the qualification, wrong word, Groups A and Group B, the best 10 from each of those groups getting through to tonight's final. Alex, we said before the start today, it was about Alif Hamilton, it was about Nakib, it was about Sizwoyo, all the regular names who've done well throughout the season. They've all performed today, in particular Mohamed Nakib.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the pointy end of the season now. This is the penultimate round, so the championship's on the line. So we saw, like you said, Nakib, he won both races in Group B, really raised his game, answered the threat of of Alif Hamilton, who won in Group A earlier on. So the championship leader and Nakib really going at it strong. They are definitely the clear favourites for this final at the moment.
Nakib picking up maximum points. He won race number 1 and race number 2. Alif runner-up in race number 1, runner-up in race number 2, so a slight advantage, but Alif has a big advantage in the overall championship standings. Hey, let's just give you a little bit of a sample about what eRacing is all about. This is round 5 of 6 of the season. We're going to show you the best of the highlights from last weekend's race that took place in Zhuhai. This was the final then, and look out for some magical work from Alif Hamilton. A very warm welcome back to the global edition of eRacing GP. Alex Young and Des Corkill to take you through the very best of a GT3 final that was fabulous. Alex Young, this was arguably the race of the season. There are the red lights. We are all set. Fikri and Alif on pole, or on row number 1. Fikri in the black Porsche on the right. Behind them, Tobagus and Josh Perwin underway. Fikri Seguier gets off to a solid start. Alif Hamilton knows he's under pressure. Josh Perwin coming through as well. But Fikri in the Porsche, that is perfect.
Yeah, really great start there. He's really been nailing the starts today. Everyone files through turns 1 and 2 nice and cleanly. Oh, these driving standards very good. No one's bumping each other off. Hope I don't speak too soon. Now for turn 4.
Sizwoyo goes around the outside. Sizwoyo in the black looks for P3. A little look also from Alif Hamilton. Sizwoyo goes ahead of Josh Perwin, then loses out. Perwin goes through into P3. Tobagus jumped down to P4. Sizwoyo causing mayhem, only retains his place.
Wow, Perwin would have loved that. Sizwoyo made that position for him, took out his compatriot from Indonesia and allowed the Australian to get past both those BMWs.
Can see Arjamaini's got himself up into P9 as well, going across the start-finish line. Andika in 5, Brady in the Porsche in 6, Nakib in 7. Arjamaini's come through and taken out Mohamed Nakib.
Oh look, and it's Tobagus who's in 4th position. He's closing the gap as well. So the scrapping. Fikri is obviously losing a bit of pace. He's holding up the cars behind him. Maybe his experience with this format, with this game, is costing him a bit. Maybe he's coming into some early tyre wear. He should be thinking about pit stop. Oh, Hamilton goes for a pit stop. He's trying the undercut. He's going to try and go in early to do that pit stop.
Wow. So Alif has clearly thought long and hard about this. So Fikri's gone in. Josh Perwin has decided to stay out on the circuit. He's leaving it late. So everybody apart from the first 7 have all been into the pits.
Oh, he's out of the pit lane.
Fikri, though, is ahead of Alif Hamilton. Fikri holds on. Alif goes on the inside. Oh, by a nuts pizzicato. He's held on to the lead. Josh Perwin, now then, he has pitted. Where will he come out? Josh Perwin back in P3. Oh, but he's managed to get himself ahead of Andika.
Oh!
Was there a moment there between Alif going through on the inside? Fikri able to hold off. 11.5 minutes still to race.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen the faster corners. The BMW is a bit better. And this is a fast corner here, the last corner on the grid. The lap. And Hamilton's been great at that corner all race long. Look at the sling shock he's got. Fikri has to cover the inside. So now he goes to the outside. Oh, how close is this going to get? Can Hamilton go around the outside? Fikri makes the apex. This is the important thing. He's got to get the drive out. This is where we've seen the Porsche be very good. These slower corners.
This may be the moment for Alif Hamilton. This time he's got alongside earlier in the straight. Alif, the BMW versus the Porsche Fikri Seguir. Seguir leaves the braking late and leaves it. Oh, Alif Hamilton, little bit of contact. Fikri able to hold on, and Josh Perwin closes in P3. Fikri holds on, but my word, the pressure just must tell at some stage.
Yeah, Alif has got a really tough job now. He wants to attack the Porsche, but now he's got pressure from the back. Perwin is right there. Look at Alif though, he's very close. He's going to the outside again. What would happen? Can he go around the outside? He's going to give it a go. He's braking late. He's going to try and follow the Porsche around. Oh, the Porsche has a moment that allows Alif through and Perwin through as well.
Brilliant conditions at Zhuhai. You really ought to invent some rain for this series just to see what Alif Hamilton can cope with it. But at the moment, he's got to cope with Josh Perwin, who had a look on the inside. That was a cheeky little move by the Aussie. It will be a race to the line. Hamilton in blue, Perwin in green, the black of Fikri and the white of Tobagas and Andy Karama.
Oh, it breaks late. Oh, that's it. That's pretty much a last place overtake. I think Alif's got it. Can he hold out? One more corner to go.
Alif Hamilton in the blue, looking for 2 wins out of 3 races today. Corner number 14 for Singapore in the blue. Alif Hamilton, who bided his time, who took his opportunity, takes the victory ahead of Josh Perwin. A brilliant day for Fikri Seguir. Ends in 3rd to Bagas and Andika. Daryl Brady in 6th, Isroyo 7th. Hazik in 8th, Dan Wells 9th, and Mohammed Nakib a distant 10th. It really is great racing. My throat is telling you it's great racing. That was Zhuhai. So what that did was it gave us a championship point series before the start of this weekend that looked something like this. Alif Hamilton, 237 points. Perfect weekend, and he's almost certain to be champion. They are allowed to take away their worst weekend's worth of performances, though. Alif hasn't had a bad weekend. If he does, he'll lose about 40 points. Nakib would lose about 20 points. Nakib had to respond by doing as best as he possibly could. He's won a race double. Andy Karama also coming in with 143 points, looking for some big points to hold off the threat of Josh Perwin and Miko Nasi. Those big 5 were expected to do well this weekend, and all 5 have. If we go through to the team players who've made it through to the final, so the top 10 from Group A, top 10 from Group B, all the big boys are there. Andika won race number 1. Alif Hamilton runner up in both race 1 and 2. Nasi was very, very strong. Tadashi, strongest we've seen him so far this season. Kalen Chin, Amo and Inigo Anton also in there. Tobagas and Alistair Young making it through. The young lad making it through. We'll ask Alex about his boy in a moment. From Group B, Nakib, back-to-back wins. Josh Perwin and Jaka were both quick. Arwin Tarunia was pretty quick as well. Fikri Seguir continues his really, really good form, and just squeezing in was Melvin Moe on 9 points and Dan Wells. So they are the 20 competitors that we have got in action at the Sepang circuit. Now live to practice, and Alex Young joins us in the commentary box. Alex, we said it was about Alif. We said it was about Nakib. Nakib really has responded to the threat posed by Alif Hamilton.
Yeah, so that's been really enjoyable to watch. We're getting to the sharp end of the season where everything matters, and we've seen, at the beginning of the year, of this series, a lot of drivers are quick, and they are still quick, but maybe don't quite have the consistency. And this man here, Alif Hamilton, I think it all started off actually 3 races ago in Motegi, because he saw Nakib win both those races in the group stage, and he won the final, and he was leading the championship. But then the next race, which was last weekend, the week after that, which was Dubai, and then last weekend at Zhuhai, this man, Alif Hamilton, he's won those finals, and now has a commanding lead in the championship. But and we saw him. Group A, Alif was in Group A. He finished second in both races in Group A, so good points. But then Nakib also increased his level. He was in Group B, and he won both those races to close the gap a bit. to Leif Hamilton, and now it's down to the final. I still think it's all to play for. You know how close this championship is. We could have someone else on pole. There's always argy-bargy where the cars are rubbing each other through turns 1 and 2, and either of these championship contenders could get mixed up in that and fall down the field, and that could mean a very tough day in the office.
Those who could well be competing include Andy Karama, who we've just seen him actually go into the pits there, but he won race number 1, did very well. Also, Miko Nasi has shown himself, and I know you rate him very highly as a racing instructor, but he's shown himself to be very good on the sim circuit as well.
Yeah, he's really good. You know, all these top guys, they're very intelligent racers. You know, you have to be, especially if you're going to make the transition between real life and sim life. You need to understand the differences. It's not just about driving by the seat of your pants. You need to be able to be analytical and analyze what you have to do differently. And Miko Nasi is one of these drivers that can do it. Dan Wells is also another one that's been able to do it very well, other than the top 5 in the championship.
Fikri Seguier had a really good weekend last weekend. He was 3rd, 2nd and 1st in his first 3 races. Wasn't able to get on the podium this time, but was a genuine competitor despite changing to the BMW.
Yeah, you know, I've driven these cars a little bit. I'm not very good at it at all. But the Porsche does work in Zhuhai, because Zhuhai is all stop and go. It's small, short corners. It's all about traction and braking late. However, when you come to a track like Sepang, which has a variety of tracks, you need a car that's good everywhere, especially through the longer corners. And the BMW is definitely a lot better through those longish corners. So though Fikri, he's had to swap to the BMW, I think if he had stayed in the Porsche, he would have struggled as well. But maybe he's not so used to the BMW, and he's not fighting for podiums. He's just a little bit off the podium pace at the moment.
Just to back up your points, there's only one Porsche made it through to the final out of the 20, Australia's Brodie Steeney. He likes his little Porsche, and he's made some fabulous quick starts as he comes into the pits. It'll be a big ask for him, though, to get into a top 10 position.
Yeah, it will be a big ask. But, you know, like you said, those Porsches are rockets off the line. So he's had some great starts. So never discount him for a good start. But whether he's got the pace to hang on for the whole race is going to be tricky. Also, Des, another thing, tyre wear. Tyre wear is a big issue. I was talking to the drivers just now. They're like, wow, tyre wears, if you change one axle, because we know if we only change one axle, you can save 6-7 seconds in the pit stop, as opposed to changing all four tyres. So that's a big gain, and of course you will lose some of that time with not having all 4 tires changed. So maybe it's got to be about a 4-second gain over the whole race. However, tire wear is very high, so I think a few drivers are going to change one axle, but they're really going to struggle at the end of the race to keep the car on the track.
Josh Perwin is in with the shout of winning the junior championship. It's a long distance shout because Nakib is the one who's there, and I don't think I mentioned this enough. The actual prize for 2 of the races, the overall championship winner and the junior champion, is an opportunity to test.
You see that logo just over there, the Black Arts Racing one. Yeah, they're giving a test to the overall winner, the champion, and also another test for the best driver aged between 16 and 20. And Josh Perwin here, he's the 17, Nakib's 19, and there are a couple other kids in the teenage years who qualify for that prize as well. So a free test with a championship winning team. Black Arts is the current Asian Formula 3 champion. They've won Formula Renault for the last 6, 7, 8 years in a row. So they're a real top team. It's a proper professional team. That test for any of those guys who get a chance to be with Black Arts will be an amazing experience.
Kalen Chin is the youngest competitor that we've got out there. Practice is over. They've had enough opportunities to get around the sim version of Sepang. We are now into the qualification period, which is a 4-minute qualification, which is effectively just one lap. They've got to post a decent time. Let's start off with Jacques Siswoyo, see how he makes a start. He's just about to come into the finishing line, or the start-finish line, for the very first time. Let's just see how he performs, Alex.
He showed a good pace. I've seen him. He was quickest in practice. I think he did a 2.4 or 2.5, which is, it's not the fastest I've seen today. We saw Nakib do a 2.3, so 2-minute 2.3 is probably the pace. But if Jacques can get close to that again, he'll be in for a shot for pole position. Runs a bit wide at turn 1, means he has to pinch turn 2 a bit. That's not as good as he'd want. I wonder if he's going to restart this lap. He might restart that lap. It wasn't perfect, but I don't think it's too bad. He's going to continue with the lap at the moment. Coming down to turn 4. Oh, he has gone purple, 29.4. That's not bad. We've seen 29.2, 29.1. So it's a couple tenths off. But yeah, he's deciding to carry on with the lap as it is.
Well, you need to actually set a time anyway. So Jacques Siswoyo in the beautifully appointed all black, currently in P1, fastest of those out on the track at the moment. All 20 drivers have got in on the sim, so we have got a full field here. Here is Jacques, just goes a little bit wide there onto the tail end of the track. Right, let's change.
I'm just going to go through a bit. Yeah, Josh did the 29.1. He's gone really quick in sector 1. There's Andika Rama as well. There's Alif. He's also on a quick lap. So they're all continuing the laps. No one is abandoning the laps. Mohammed Nakib there. They're all on 29.1s. The quick boys are all there. Let's go back to Josh. Let's see how he's doing. He's fastest of all through sector 1. Sector 2. Well, he's purple at the moment. That looks like he's on board for a good lap. The Australian who's not won a final race. He's won a group race so far this season, but he's not won a final race. He's had the pace to win a final race. He hasn't quite managed to do it. Could today be the day he wins a final?
Comes round the final hairpin bend at the end of the back straight, and then comes into the start-finish line. Let's see how quick he was. He was quickest through sector 1, quickest through sector 2, and fastest 2:02.584.
2.5 for Susoyo. Now on to Nakib. Muhammad Alif with a 2.3. Is that good enough for pole position? It's so close between the two drivers. Nakib now comes out of the last corner. This should be good enough for the front row, but I'm not sure it's good enough for pole. Pole! Wow! Muhammad Nakib, what a lap. What a lap indeed.
A 2:02.296. That is very rapid indeed from Muhammad Nakib.
Okay, we've run out of time. What a great lap by Nakib. Look how close that's all within a tenth, less than a tenth. I love to watch this because these are drivers really raising the game to try and get to the top, and that's how fine the margins are at the moment.
Alif second fastest. So first on the grid, first row of the grid, Nakib, who's got to win, and Hamilton, who really just needs to make sure he swats the youngster aside. It is Singapore versus Malaysia. Let's not forget the Indonesian challenge on the second row of Andika Rama and Jacques Siswoyo. Australia's Josh Perwin and Arwin Tarunya on the third row of the grid. Nasi from Singapore, the Finn based in Singapore, alongside Tubagus from Indonesia on row 4. Kalen Chim from Australia alongside Lee Sabino on row 5. Tadashi and Amo Hazik, they renew rivalries on row 6. Inigo Anton and Danny Wells from Hong Kong on row 7. Row 8, Melvin Moe and Faiz Ryan. Brody Steed and Scotty Lee competing row 8. I think everyone got a time. Did your boy Alistair get a time? He hasn't got a time.
No,
so he'll be right down.
He did not get a time, and you know who else didn't get a time? Fikri Seguer also was not on the time. So both those drivers on the back row obviously must have made a mistake on their lap. They obviously tried to redo the lap but ran out of time. So they're going to start on the back row. It's going to be a long race for them. But I tell you what, it's so easy to overtake at Sepang. And like I said, tire wear is going to be an issue. So it's a long race. 25 minutes. There's still plenty that can happen.
We are all counting down round 5 of 6 of the eRacing Lockdown Special. Do join us for round 6 next week when we will reach the end of this particular campaign. We have got the Causeway Challenge and Philippine Challenges ongoing, but our focus very much now on the final of this edition at Sepang, round 5 of 6. Waiting for the red lights to go on. Alex Young, the expert commentator, alongside Des Corkill. The blue of Alif Hamilton on the right. Nakib. Well, Tubagus is... look like Tubagus has put in a late lap and got on pole position.
That can't be right.
And Tubagus is actually in pole position.
No, that can't be right. Nakib's still on pole. That's a timing error we have on the left.
Okay, Nakib is on pole and has held on to his position. Nakib leads Alif Hamilton through. Andika in 3. Indeed, Andika Ramala has gone through ahead of Alif Hamilton into P2. Good little battle. I'd imagine everybody is going to be pretty careful. There's a bit of contact right at the end. Dan Wells, once again, the recipient of a big knock on corner number 1.
Yeah, Andika Rama tucking back in against Alif Hamilton. You've got to forget that some of these drivers are teammates, and Rama and Alif are teammates. So I don't actually think he's going to try and overtake Alif. I think Rama's just going to hold a rear gunner behind Alif Hamilton. But the big question mark is Nakib has got the start he wanted. He needs to win this race if he wants to close the gap to Alif. But can Alif respond?
There is Mohammed Nakib. He's got a half a second very early on Alif, but Alif will just track him. Andy Karama coming through in P3. All the guys out on the track being very disciplined at the moment. This is one area you can sometimes get contact. The sharp left and right, corner 9 and 10 as you come up the hill, and then you sweep down towards corner number 12, which is the sharp left-hander.
Yeah, it's coming down now, turn 12. Like you said, very fast corner. But yes, they're all spreading out. Nakib doing exactly what he did in Group B, Race 1, having a perfect first lap, despite the tyres and brakes being cold, and he's extended a nice little small, well, not a huge gap, but a small little bit of breathing space between him and Alif Hamilton.
It is a little bit of a procession at the moment. Let's just go down to the tail end. This is 17 and 18, Alistair Young and Faiz Ryan, Scotty Lee there. So as you can see, as they come towards the end of this first lap, it very much is a procession, very, very disciplined. Scotty Lee in the yellow, they closing up there on the Porsche of Brody Steen. There is Brody Steen, but there is the procession, which is very unusual for this season in eRacing GP.
Yeah. Dan Wells right at the back. He's P6 in the championship, so he's obviously got caught up with that mistake at turn 2. Got a bit of a gap for the rest. Not too bad, though, because he knows the cars in front are going to start fighting, and that will help him close the gap.
Back up at the front, though, this is Mohammed Nakib, the 19-year-old. We said hello to him just before the start of the group races. Alif Hamilton also showed us his face. Now the game faces on. Nakib is leading. Nakib so far 2 wins out of 2 this weekend. Hamilton 2 second places out of 2, which isn't a bad return. But Nakib needs the victory. He needs the victory more than Hamilton. Hamilton just shadowing his young rival. And behind them, Andy Karama and Sizwoyo and Josh Perwin. Let's see how Josh is doing. How to make any kind of headway on those front 4, Alex? That's the big question for Josh Perwin.
Yeah, so Josh, I think, he's going to have to throw the dice. He has to maybe try something a bit more aggressive. Maybe he'll go for the early pit stop, try and do the undercut to try and overtake, because it's going to be hard to get in front of these 4 cars in front of him. But if he does that pit stop, takes a risk, who knows? Maybe he might be up in the lead if he gets it just right.
I can tell you, Miko Nassi is dropping down. Nassi was stopped as Dan Wells went by him, and Miko Nassi has stopped. He is still out on the sim, and he's got himself ahead of Tarunya, but something bad happened to Miko Nassi there.
Oh, disaster for the Finn, based in Singapore. He was 5th in the championship, sorry. So that's really dropped him down. I thought for a second he had gone for one of his trademark early pit stops, but no, I think he must have gotten some touching with someone that's dropped him to the tail of the field.
Okay, back up to the front. This is on the back of Nakib. Let's see what he is looking backwards to, and he's just got the ugly grin there of Alif Hamilton. It does look like that, doesn't it, as they come towards the end of the long home straight. Hamilton closes in. There's the lead for Nakib.
Yeah. These cars are so similar, though. I tell you, the drivers, they're really extracting the most out of these cars. I don't see Nakib running away with this. Although he's showing some good pace. The others are just going to be right there this whole race. Susoyo, good to see him in 4th position, showing good pace as well. These top 5 from Nakib back to Alif, Rama, Susoyo and Perwin just breaking away from the rest of the pack. 6th position is in Ayman Hakim, just falling back 5 seconds, 3 seconds behind these top 5.
Let's look a little bit further down. We're on the tail end here of Fikri Sege, who had a really good first weekend, not so good last week. Faiz Ryan and Alistair Young in front of him, and Scotty Lee and Brody Steen as well. There's some real dueling going on here as they go through turn 6 and head into the sharp double right of 7 and 8. Again, not an awful lot of contact, but plenty of dueling going on, Alex.
Yeah, so this getting very close up in front. Scotty Lee trying to defend from Alistair Young, but also Faiz Rahman right behind those two, but not able to make the move now. Scotty Lee holding out for now between the 3 BMWs behind him.
again back into the lead. It's 0.6 of a second for Nakib. These front three have been here since the first lap.
Yep.
Alif and Andika. Sizwoyo in P3, Josh Perwin in P4. And look at the gap between them and Tadashi. Tadashi is 3.4 seconds adrift of these first five. But they are like they've got rope. It's a tow rope between them. Very quick tow rope, it must be said. But Mohammed Nakib is the leader of that procession.
Okay, so now we got just under 19 minutes to go. This is the time, if I was driving, I'd be thinking about doing that pit stop. Especially, maybe not the first two cars. First two cars, they'll have a plan. They got some clear air in front of them. They'll pit when they want to pit. But if I was, say, Rama in P3 or Susoyo or even Perwin, who we're riding with in P5, I'd be thinking maybe I can do an early pit stop and try and undercut the cars in front and maybe end up in the lead.
As soon as you mention early pit stops, you've got to have a look at this fella. Got to keep going back to him because if he disappears off the screen, sometimes we think he's spun off. Normally, it means he's gone in for a pit stop. But here, he's just struggling as Miko Nasi. Let's get back up to the front end of the grid where Josh Perwin in P5 has got that much distance. What is the gap between Perwin? It's quite a distance. It's 2.5 seconds between the race leader and Josh Perwin in P5, plus traffic to go through.
Yeah, but it's the sort of thing where the pit stops take just under a minute. So you're going to run in clean air. I think the whole pack is within 20 seconds. So you will come out clean air. I think it's worth a risk. If I was one of the cars between 3 to 5, I'd be thinking about pitting this very next lap.
Just a little bit further down, there's a three-way battle here for P6. We're on board with Kalen Chin as he's chasing Leo Sabino from Macau and Tadashi. Tadashi just holding on. Very good performance from Tadashi to come 4th place earlier on. He's leading the chasing pack, but he's more worried about what's going on behind him at the moment than getting closer to the front 5.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a good job there, but he's just dropping too far back. He's losing a bit too much time. There's 6 seconds off the lead now. It's a bit early to be that far off. Maybe he's been having to defend while he's been out of our view. But I'd like to go back to the front. I want to see if any of them are coming to the pit right now. Here we go, last corner. If someone pits now, they're going to peel off to the right as they come round the hairpin now. No one's trying. No, we do.
Sizwoyo.
There we go. Good boy, Sizwoyo. That's a nice strategy to try. Watch him as he comes into the pit lane now. He'll have to hit the marks, slow down the car. There he is. Slows down the car so he gets it down to the right speed. You have to be careful. You will get done for speeding the pit lane if you cross the line too fast.
Apologies. That's just Sizwoyo. Now we're on with Josh Perwin. Sizwoyo inevitably drops down the rankings, but he has gone in to pit early. Then we see how quickly he is in the pit lane. Indeed, let's just try and stick with Josh Perwin, Jacka Sizwoyo, just to see how quick it is. Also coming in, of course, that's got to be Nasi.
Yeah.
Did we expect anything else? Right, where does he come out on the track? Obviously, he'll be half a lap down on everybody else, but has he done enough? Was it a quick enough turnaround for Jacka Sizwoyo? He will come out onto the track.
Yeah, well, we'll see in this next lap after the guys pit. He will start a reaction. All the rest will start to pit now. See everyone else here. They're half a track. They're about a minute ahead. That pit stop takes just under a minute. Now these guys, they would have seen that Susoyo has gone. And maybe, actually, Nakib might have missed it because he would have been going out of the corner at that point. But definitely Rama and Perwin would have seen that. Oh, and Arwen Taruna gets a drive-through penalty, speeding the pit lane. We were just talking about how you have to be careful when you come to the pit lane. That's going to drop him down as well.
That's back-to-back weekends that Arwen Taruna has picked up a drive-through penalty. That will cost him points. Not that he's in the championship chase, but you would like to come as high up in the championship as you possibly can. In the meantime, Nakib from Malaysia leads Singapore's Alif Hamilton. They come down into the back straight. Let's see if Alif can get remotely close.
Yeah, I tell you what, Alif is turning the screw. He's found a bit more pace. He's got the fastest lap of the race now, 3.2. So he's turning the screw. He's getting a bit closer to Nakib now. And look, Nakib's in the pit lane and Ali falls him through.
That's very interesting. So the two race leaders are in the pit lane. Do not pick up any penalties. Neither of them. That means temporarily Josh Perwin goes into the race lead. So Josh Perwin, with Tadashi second, and it's quite a considerable lead for Josh Perwin. Andy Karama has also gone into the pit lane. So Perwin is leading the way.
We should have a look at Susoyo, actually, because he'll be coming around in about 30 seconds from now. It'll be interesting to see. Here he is, coming down the back straight now. Let's see if the other drivers are able to get out in front of Susoyo's. If Susoyo's had an excellent outlap, if he's had the perfect outlap, maybe he would have made some time on the drivers. Because you can see he's coming down the start-finish straight now. We should see Alif Hamilton and Nakib and Rama coming out of the pit lane as well.
So let's stick on. Yeah, drivers are coming out in front.
Whoops. Oh, sorry, I lost that.
Josh Perwin is the leader.
No change. Susoyo actually drops further back from these top three. Oh, I went to change camera angles and the positions changed last second. So let's see what sort of lap times Perwin can do. Perwin will be pushing very hard. If he can make a couple good laps, and we saw him do this in the last race, he went a counter strategy, everyone. He went for the overlap. He tried to do the late pit stop. I think he's going to try and stay out there for a lap or two before he changes tires, because he knows unless he can do something a bit magical here, he's not going to win this race, and he'll want to win this race. So if he can go a bit longer, maybe the other cars will struggle with tire wear towards the end of the race, and he can come on strong.
Staying out as long as he possibly can. Josh Perwin, he'll come into corner number 13 and 14. Has to have a long drive down here. Almost certain that he'll come through into a pit stop. Let's just hold on with Josh Perwin. Tadashi is 4.5 seconds adrift of him. Then Sabino. Then Melvin Moe. Does he take the pit lane? Indeed he does. So Josh Perwin goes into the pit lane, and it'll be interesting to see where Nakib, who leads, and Hamilton are in comparison to Josh Perwin when he comes out.
Yeah. So Nakib just doing everything right at the moment, hitting his marks, getting to the apex. It's incredible. He's only been doing sim driving for 2 years, keeping some of these more experienced rivals behind him, and he's driving like a seasoned pro. But this man, Muhammad Alif, now he is a seasoned pro. He's not old. He's only 22, but he's going to turn the screw. He'll find his points. He'll be looking at Nakib. He'll be looking at where Nakib is strong and where he's weak, and he'll be thinking, all right, if I can just keep up the pressure, you never know. Maybe Nakib will crack.
Josh Perwin. Oh, it's purgatory for Perwin. He's still static. Nakib has gone past him. Nakib into the lead. That was a long pit there for Josh Perwin, and he's nowhere near coming out in front as he would have hoped to have done. Nakib and Alif Hamilton there, Andika third, Cizroyo fourth. In fact, Perwin has lost positions. He went in the lead and is down in P10 now, Alex.
Yeah, disaster for the young Australian. Such a shame. I don't know what happened in the pit lane. Maybe he got something wrong, but he was in there for too long. Or maybe he's changing all 4 tires. No, he's 18 seconds behind. That's too long. Something's obviously happened on the in-lap that's cost him a lot of time.
In the meantime, these are the front two. Andika, well, he's the man who's leading the chase. Cizroyo in 4th, and Tadashi currently in P5.
Yeah, top 3 in the championship, a top 3 in this race at the moment. It's very rare we see that. We've seen such a mix-up of results at every race. But I guess coming to the end of the season, we see the guys who are really pushing. And I tell you what, look how close Alif Hamilton is now. He's very close to Nakib.
Let's just stay with Hamilton. But he doesn't look like he's tried to make a move yet. It looks like he's just shadowing. There's still over 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Is he just shadowing him and saying, hey, you pick up maximum points, 20 is good enough for me in the overall championship? Or is that the move? Is he about to make a move now? No.
Well, I used the AstroTurf in the Exeter turn 12, and he was able to make it work for him because he didn't lose any time. In fact, he gained a bit of time through turn 13. So, yeah, Alif is pushing, but it looks like he's got a little bit in hand at the moment. You never know with the young Singaporean. He definitely has a little bit in hand. 10 minutes to go. The thing is, the guy in front, Nakib, he's going to start feeling the pressure right now. He needs to just stay calm and stay relaxed. Otherwise, if he starts tightening up, you'll see his lap time start to disappear, and then Alif will really be all over the back of him.
They come round into corner number 1. Alif edges closer and closer. 0.3 of a second, the gap between 1 and 2. Andy Karama is a further 2 seconds adrift in 3. Cizroyo in 4. Tadashi in 5. little bit further down. Not anticipating a lot of action just there. Let's see if Miko Nasi and Kalen Chin are having a bit of a contretemps. We're on the tail of Kalen Chin. He's got Nasi and Melvin Moe for company. Chin on the inside of Nasi, and the veteran says to the youngster, you stay back there, young fella, you behave.
Yeah, he totally does. Kalen, he's been quite a revelation as well. The 13-year-old, when he first came on the scene, especially at Motegi, was so fast. So, coming down the inside, that's a bit of a late dive, late decision by the Australian. Fortunate not to have any contact between the two cars and loses a bit on the exit now.
So there is Kalen Chin as Miko Nasi sees him. Nasi's just managed to get away from him. Let's go back up to the front and see what any pressure, if any, is being imposed by Alif Hamilton. It does look like these two are so comfortable. It's a nice Saturday evening drive for them out in the lovely Sepang countryside.
Yes, indeed. Going through turns 12 now. Oh, and that keeps put a bit of a gap there. That middle sector, he's looking quite tidy through there. He goes very narrow for turn 14. I wonder if that affects his exit. Hamilton takes a more traditional line down the back straight, and Rama just still trying to hold on, now slowly drifting off the pace, 3 seconds off the pace.
Behind them, there's the gap between P4 and the man in P1 as he comes round the corner. It is 8 minutes still to go. There's still a lot can happen here. What have we got? 5 laps? Not quite 5 laps. 4 laps to go.
I'll tell you what, the race has not been as exciting as some of the races we had earlier in the afternoon, but this sort of race is perfect for Mohamed Naqib. He wants it to be nice and easy, calm and collected. The more boring, the better. I think Alan Prost used to say that famously. I will only win as slowly as I need to win. As long as I'm in first place, I'm going to keep it nice and calm.
Josh Perwin on the tail of Fikri Segir. Fikri really has not been able to reproduce last week's form as Josh Perwin goes around the outside of turn number 1. They turn into corner number 2. A little bit of paint work being required for these cars in just a while. As we stay on the back of Fikri now. He's just been overtaken. Won't like that one. But Perwin has got himself back up into P8. And is closing rapidly onto Leo Sabino.
Yeah, nice move by Perwin. It's a very good move. Next driver in sight will be this man, Leo Sabino, in P7 from Macau. He's had a nice steady race to get up into the top 10, but now he's got these 2 quicker cars bearing down on him.
Back up to the front. It is still close. Nothing between these two. Naqib still got the tow truck element, the tow truck impersonation. Alif Hamilton is the man who is receiving the tow, and you never know. The tower could be overtaken by the towee when it comes to the last stages. Everyone's pitted, so there's no more shocks to come from pit. There's no more real strategy for the guys to operate, or other things that they can do, Alex.
Yeah, no, I think it's really going to be down this battle. There are a couple battles in the field further back in the top 8, 9, 10. You know, we just looked at it, Josh Perwin and that, but this is the battle we want to watch. This is the battle for the lead. And Naqib just, you know, he's under a lot of pressure, trust me. There's a lot of pressure for the young Malaysian to take. He's only 19 years old, but he's handling it superbly.
Coming down the straight, there's 1, 2, 3. A little bit further down, Alistair Young under pressure from the Porsche of Brody Steen. Steen tries to get on the inside of Alistair. Alistair holds his line nicely. Steen, though, uses the slipstream. How late will they leave the braking? Steen has done very nicely, leaves the braking very late and just goes on the inside of Alistair. Alistair doesn't want to be barged out, but Steen has done that one really very nicely, and he's got himself ahead of Alistair Young, and that is P14 for Brody Steen.
Yeah, nice move there, around the outside, textbook really. Just left enough room at the apex and to make the move. Well done.
Back up to the front, these two. It's a race of their own. It's a championship of their own, if you're honest. Yeah. Naqib, though, chasing a rare triple. I don't think we've had anyone who's done a triple, won all 3 races. Race 1, race 2, and the final.
Oh, wow, that's true. So this would be quite something if Naqib can hold it to the finish. And he will close the gap to Hamilton. Once we take drop points into account, I think he'll only be 20 points behind Hamilton before round 6 next week. And don't forget, there are 80 points to play. So Des, it's not over yet.
No, it's not over. Nakib has really stood up to this challenge. He has had one bad round. Hamilton hasn't, and in some ways that can help Nakib because he knows that he can't afford to make a mistake. Maybe Hamilton thinks, yeah, I can afford to make something. Let's go a little bit further back. This is P4, the black car of Jaka Sizwoyo. In 5 will be Eamon Tadashi going down the hill. Amo Haziku had a really good race. On race number 2 earlier on today. We're delighted to see him get his first big podium of the season, and he is under pressure from Josh Perwin, who's got ahead of Sabino. So Perwin is making a bit of a charge up the leaderboard. He's got up to P7, but it's not really enough points for the Aussie.
Yeah, no, he'd be very disappointed that he would have been looking to finish on the podium at the very least. That in-lap for that pit stop for some reason cost him massively. But so he's now just in recovery mode. Oh, Ammo. That was very, very polite. Just left the gap there for Josh Perwin. Josh didn't need a second invitation and just dived down the inside to take the position.
So Perwin has done well. He picked up 2 places in those last 2 laps. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. We're on to lap 11, and still it's Nakib who has led from the first corner. He was on the front row of the grid. He got to the first corner first and has been in the lead ever since, and he's dragged Alif Hamilton along with him. Andika Rama has had his own little race out there in P number 3. He's what, 3.5 seconds adrift of these two?
Yeah, that's right. You know, Andika Rama is a very good driver. He won earlier on. He won his first group match against this man who's in view, Alif Hamilton. He's no slouch, but now the final is here and the wick is turned up. Just not able to stay with these two. So Mohamed Nakib and Alif, really the class of the field today.
A little bit further down, Fikri Segea has made a move there as Miko Nasi has a look on the inside of Kalen Chin. Kalen Chin lost 1 position. Here is Nasi. Looks on the inside once again of Kalen Chin. The teacher trying to teach the students how to do it as they come up the hill. And Nasi just bullies his way forward. Kalen Chin accepts the punishment, but is then right on the tail there. This is the battle for P10. Nasi holds on, breaks late. That's good racing for Nasi.
Oh, he runs wide though. Allows Kalen back through. Wow, what a great scrap that is.
Might just stick with that for a moment because Faiz Ryan is also in the mix, and Melvin Moe and Brody Steen have got in there as well. So 5 places chasing what's that? P10 is up for grabs. Points are really up for grabs. Scotty Lee is dropping down. Let's
Brody running a bit wide, manages to get it turned to get a good exit. But yeah, this battle's going to come on. I think you see Kalen Chin and Miko Nasi scrapping. It's allowed these guys to get closer. It's turning into a 5-way battle for P10, sorry.
So they will come into the final lap of the race here. We'll just follow them round here. No changes of position there. Let's go to the tail where Scotty Lee is on the back of Inigo Anton. Arwen Taruna is a long way behind. So this is the battle for P20. But our real thoughts are what's going on at the front. Hamilton, is he going to leave it to the very last lap to make a move on Mohamed Nakib? It'll be tough on Nakib if Hamilton were to get past him. But we've seen Hamilton do this time and time again, and the pressure is real now on the tail end of Nakib.
Yes, absolutely. Last lap of the race. Alif is pushing, though. He wants that win. He wants to try and take it. He's not won today, Alif. He's only finished second in 2 races. Will he try down the inside? Oh, he has a look. Maybe not close enough. Decides that he'll back out of that. He's still got a couple more spots on this lap to do it before the checkered flag. But Nakib right now, it has to be no mistake. He has to be mistake-free if he wants to win. I think he's struggling with tires a bit. Alif looks a bit quicker at this stage of the race. As comes down through turns 12. It's all going to be about these next 2 corners. Turns 13 and 14, and Alif is shown to be very strong here. He does brake later. Has he rotated well? Can he get on the power before the apex? He does get on the power. Oh, is he not close enough? What do you think, Des?
It's not close enough. He just needs to be, 10 feet closer than that. Nakib is holding on. Nakib has the lead as they come into this final corner. Nakib chasing a triple victory. Just needs to hold on and accelerate away. Alif is the man in second place, but it is Nakib who holds on for a start to finish victory. Nakib over Alif over Andy Karama in P3. Sizwoyo 4. Once again, Sizwoyo enjoys the finish. Tadashi will finish in P5 ahead of Josh Perwin, who got ahead of Amo in 6. Sabino 7. Fikri Sega in 9. Kalen Chin coming in 10. But Nakib does something that nobody has done this season, Alex Young. Wins all 3 races he's competed in for a perfect points tally.
Absolutely. What a really good race. Hopefully we get Alif on the dog and bone in a second, because I'd love to see what his thoughts for that. You know, Alif, for the championship is good. 3 second places is very good, except his championship rival, Mohamed Nakib, took 3 first places. So the championship battle is closing down. It wasn't the most exciting race we've seen, but it was still a great race because there was so much pressure. There's so much up for grabs, and it was really fantastic to watch.
We've just run down those who picked up a few points. Dan Wells picked up points for coming in 13th, but Nakib not only gets the victory, has the fastest lap as well, so edges just a tinsy-wincy bit closer to Alif Hamilton. Andy Karama, that's a really good performance this weekend from the Indonesian. And Sizwoyo, always quick. Tadashi, that's the form we expected from Malaysia. And Josh Perwin, if you can be disappointed with 6, Perwin will be disappointed with 6. But terrific racing between the 2 best races in the championship. Alex Young.
Yeah, what a great race. Let's go to the 2 screen now. Whew. That was like I said, it wasn't the most exciting race we've seen. We've had more exciting races, but it was a really enthralling race. Some great racing, driving. Nakib, coping with that pressure. I was hoping to get Nakib on Discord. I don't think he's on Discord yet, but let me see. Have we got Alif? Is Alif there? No, I don't quite have him at the moment. Trying to get... Oh, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Whew, what a race.
Yeah, man.
How was it for you? I mean, it looks like it was really coming down to millimeters of just getting the... You guys are coming... Toing and throwing quite a bit.
Yeah.
Could you have gotten him at the end?
Maybe, but he was driving really well, and I think from the start I was just looking at the lines and the braking points he was taking, and then at the end I decided to attack, but yeah, not enough. And yeah, just thought about the championship and just stick to the position.
It was so close. How was it with the tires? Were the tires coming into play at the end? And more importantly, did you change all 4 tires or just 2 tires?
Just the rears. The front 2s were dead, so we were driving with the understeer car all the way.
Wow, so these cars are always understeer. So if you're saying it's even more understeer than usual. Okay, looking to the next race. We have one more round. We've had 5 rounds now. One more round to go. How are you feeling? What's your strategy? Bathurst. We're racing at Bathurst for the last round of the championship.
Yeah, Bathurst is going to be fun. No difference in strategy. Same thing, practice. Just keep practicing and keep getting that, trying to extract that lap time out of the car, and then try to deliver it on Saturday.
Alif, am I sensing you're becoming just a little bit more conservative the more races that we've had? Because I didn't really see you attack in that last race. It was almost as though you were saying, "No, you take the points, Nakib. I'm at the top of the championship standings."
You could put it however you want to.
A little bit like that.
That's very non-committal of you.
Yeah. Okay, but you're not done for the weekend now, eh? You got some more racing to do tomorrow.
Yeah, so before tomorrow, I've got a GT Sport Nations Cup at 10 o'clock, and then a Le Mans Esports Forza Championship at 2 a.m. And then we go to the Formula 4 Causeway Edition.
Yes. Okay, well, you're going to be a busy man. I hope you get some sleep tonight. And I'll see you tomorrow at the Causeway Edition where we race the Tatus Formula 4 car. Well done, mate. It was a very controlled weekend from you, I thought.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
So Alif Hamilton on the phone there to Alex Young. It was a very controlled performance. I think that's the perfect way to describe it, even though Alif himself wouldn't quite agree. However you want to describe it, it's probably very sensible for him to operate like that. For the spectator, for the neutral, we'd like a bit more bish bash bong. But Alif, he's top of the standings for a reason.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. That's us done for the day, Des. Is there anything else you want to say before we cut the stream?
Let's not forget that we've got the Causeway edition coming your way tomorrow. That's a very first. That's race number 1. Next week, we'll be back on your screens once again for the 2 o'clock race for the amateur guys. And then we've got the double groups before the final round of the eRacing GP Global Edition. From Alex Young, myself, Des Corkill, and all the people around the region who are helping us put this together. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this to you. We'll see you tomorrow or next week.
Thank you. Bye.